All right, so I was just thinking about this. So you'll have to give me a bit of a moment, but it's like this is something I was thinking about when it comes down to how much we know there's a psychological burden to needing to justify our involvement in effectively allowing ourselves to hate others and put them down and make it so that way that they're not successful or that they don't have enough food, they don't have water, and I was talking about it a little earlier, so I decided to record this, but the basic premise is it's like, all right, so when it comes down to it, you can go, fucking, okay, Mother Nature, you know what I mean? Like, fine, it snowed today when I needed to go over there to get whatever it was and do this and put that together and figure out that, right? But then it's like, oh, right, yeah, no, except when it's like, oh, there's this person over there that, works with me or, does this thing or whatever it is. And there's a definite give and take, and everybody kind of does the best they can, and everybody sort of validates everything. And, after a certain point, you might get to the point where it's like, well, you know what? It's sink or swim. You either do it or you die, kind of stuff. And then we get to a point nowadays where we recognize that it just doesn't make sense anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I need a real reason to have that level of hatred that's against someone. You know what I mean? Like, I have to have a reason. And yeah, those are people often like myself. Like, that have empathy and sympathy, that do want better for others, and are not just straight sociopathic, psychopathic, gabagoo, manipulative, narcissist, all that stuff. I mean, you keep saying it, but it's like those are bigger things in terms of how people ultimately are terrible. Like, you just can't really get around that as much as we would like to. It's like they really won't care, and there is no stopping anything like that. It just doesn't matter. They don't care. They'll just keep doing what they do. Then you realize it's like capitalism preys upon us. Okay, like that we are immediately upon birth required. We are inundated in school, online, and in our media that it is abnormal to just be someone with human rights, basic human rights. Okay, like these are basic human rights. The ability to be valid without these qualifiers of money or status or power, which is apparently what gives you the right to have things such that you will not need or want for what you need. You know what I mean? And so it gets to be a frustrating thing. I have to fix my bike's tire. I literally just changed out the inner tube and it decided to pop. So that was nothing successful on that one. But whatever. So I had to take my dog out. Go to a park today. So there's that. Here. There. But yeah, no, I was just thinking about it because it's like realistically, when you break down what people are individuals, just like the majority that you've met, most likely in your life. Even if they are intelligent and empathetic like myself, doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, because people tend to go, well, you know, it doesn't mean anything, right? Like, they can't tell why that would matter very much, especially these days where it's like, well, they're not entitled to blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is, really. Because it could literally be anything: food, water, safety, love, anything, really. You know what I mean? And whatever reason the person wants to use to go after someone else is almost always the same. I don't like XYZ, of that person and or their likes and desires. And so now as a result, they are forfeit of anything to be human, forfeit of anything that is allowable to be around others, right? But in reality, people that often do that are really kind of just perpetuating the very same problem that they're going to complain about when they get online, they go home from a bad day's work, and bullshit to themselves like they're not helping it. Like, no, I did this, I did that. I said these things. I didn't have to. I was nice. You know what I mean? Like the kind of lies a person tells themselves, usually when they know that there's nothing they can do and they feel helpless about everything around them. That's why they have anxiety, stress, and depression. And they'll go to therapy, and eventually they'll learn one of the therapist's, basic rule of thumbs, which is you have to learn how to accept. You can't control others. You can't do anything about your situation sometimes, and you have to allow for that to be the case. You have to accept that sometimes that's going to happen. And the best you can do is try and control yourself. And here are some techniques that might work. Now, you can always go a little further in terms of how hard you try and manipulate a given situation to a better, result. But then you start getting into certain territory that can get really, really quite quick to becoming black instead of gray. The means justifies the ends approach doesn't always result in whatever religious extremism or racial extremism or gender extremism or political ideology extremism. Really, many of them are all kind of the same thing. I don't like this, and so now it's going to be like this. And I will justify anything to ultimately get that done. Even if the other person might genuinely have a good thing, like myself. This is what I have to watch out for on my side of things, which is, social, kind of programs for all. We're talking universal health care. We're talking, universal education. We're talking large amounts of, the ability for people to have safe homes and more. So a lot of them are stupid, that are like me, and don't understand that you have to have some amount of knowledge of where the hell that's going to come from, and how you're going to get about 15 to 32% of the other political party and your political party to effectively switch and keep their minds aligned with a program and situation like that continuing. Doesn't matter if there's money, doesn't matter if there's PR. Literally, it doesn't matter. They don't care. There's got to be something in it for them that they want. This is where the gray starts to be able to start becoming black for that means to an end approach. You see what I mean? It's like, no. It's totally justifiable to do certain things. And it's like, the fact of the matter is you got to be willing to let yourself accept that you're just the same as that other person over there that you say will use any reason to get what they want, to hold steady to this worldview of one thing or another. And, you know, the worst part about a lot of it is there isn't really a way around it. Okay? There is no such thing as you were perfect the entire time. There is no such thing as you didn't make mistakes no matter what, which I've never stated, or realistically. People can hate me, and it's normal. I expect that to happen, especially when they want, in a capitalistic society, for their qualifier to be the qualifier that allows for them to be good, whatever the qualifier might be. Which I call them qualifiers, but they're really just gatekeeping. And most don't really maybe know that, mostly because gatekeeping is, something that every fucking one of them does, and they all would rather prefer to continue being able to do such things like that instead of ever having to allow themselves to have made a mistake and apologize, which, say what you want about apologies being something that you can believe. Doesn't really matter. What matters is whether or not you're able to get something moving forward, which is sort of the worst part about life, is that you end up going to an extreme in reality with your own situation, where you'll look at yourself in the mirror and you'll end up realizing, yeah, I do need that thing. And I have to fucking suck it up. And I just sort of have to put up with it. Doesn't matter that people are like that or they think this or any of that. That's a literal bullshit idea and thought that many people will use to prey upon others. Keeping that to yourself, or like myself, where I'll be very open, is a clear indication of the kind of person and whether or not they can be someone that can be fucked with. You see, keeping it to yourself, you don't really maybe know, unless you're a person like myself, how much you can ultimately use that when you find someone that has something, because everybody's holding on to something. Everybody's trying to have something that someone doesn't figure out that they like. Okay? Everybody's got something. Like, legitimately, everybody's got something. But what I'll tell you is it doesn't really matter that much. A person will absolutely forego getting something. That's the thing. A person will absolutely not give a shit about having something, especially if it means it gets them what they really want, which is not to have that pain and or suffering happen to them. Having that person have control, authority, or blackmail. You see what I mean? Like, you think you can get someone like that, but that's not how that is. If you talk to someone like that, inevitably that person will try and ruin your life. That kind of person very much will do that. Mostly because you've proven to them you're already untrustworthy. You're already someone they should remove, and they can easily, quickly justify it. The problem is, the vast majority of people around you are like that. Okay? They will very much prefer never to tell you anything. They hate judgmental individuals that are after them for liking one thing or another. Then you have people like myself who did a lot of work in therapy and know just how much I'm not going to care about showing off to everybody that I like things or think things. Because I'm smart, intelligent as fuck. And even if somebody doesn't think the way I do or believe the things they believe. What makes me dangerous is the fact that, or dangerous to some people, okay, is the fact that people, just in general, will flock to that. When someone sounds smart, like they know what they're talking about, it's easy to become a con man. All right, you're confident. People will believe you. That can be dangerous for those that are also con men and women. That's why influencers was a huge, huge change to some people. But also why politicians and more changed their mind dramatically over the years as they realized their ideological ideals that got them into office in the first place weren't something that mattered as much. And a lot of people just won't fight. If it means that they're disliked by a lot of people, societal, social peer pressuring gets them in one direction or another. Which isn't great. So it means bad things will continue to happen and people will be able to justify that it's acceptable to do that. Continue doing a bad thing for no reason. And people could say that about me, about the posts I make, and I'd go, stupid. Because it's true. Unfortunately for me, the vast majority of the time, I can't find smart people. And a lot of smart people are like me on that one. Or we'll end up having our own disagreements, issues, because of course we want to be the smart one that a bunch of people that go to for advice will go to for advice, because then we're considered something to listen to. You know, that ever popular one inside of our minds. Going to be something. See what I mean? Same thing for those that's like, you're not a good person. You preach things that are not something. And it's like, yeah. You know, last time I checked, vast majority of the time, it's everyone. A lot of people think one thing or another, but doesn't necessarily make it true. Doesn't necessarily make it anything other than something someone thinks, and a couple of other thinks the same thing too. See what I mean with the problem with that line of thinking? What I solidify myself with is, well, there's more than enough people that have more than enough evidence that has remained consistent, that has ultimately come down to a point where if you don't want to accept evidence that is counter to your view and perspective of the world, okay, fine. But, you know, as much as you try and do that and then do the reverse onto you, no, you're the one that's doing that. And you need to prove unto me something I will not even acknowledge as being any kind of sort of evidence, regardless of what it is, because it will be counter to what it is I believe. Then, you know, I don't have anything to really say to you other than good luck dying, Darwin Award winner. I don't have to make an argument at all with you. You're not someone that matters. And as much as you might say that you are, I guess some people will agree, because of course they'll do the same thing, where it doesn't matter what the results, it doesn't matter. I think a lot of people will know that you'll die in the end that are smart, like myself. Because the fact of the matter is, people like you didn't want cell phones. People like you didn't want to go to the moon. People like you didn't like telescopes being invented. Didn't like the star we orbit being seen as something we orbit. Didn't like the fact that we decided to finally settle down and grow crops. Make rules people together decided to follow. Albeit the way we did it back then was most likely different, especially since we had that much knowledge for as long as we did, for everything that was going on at the time. You know what I mean? And it comes down to like, hey, you know what? We're going to work together to make something happen. And for what it's worth, this is more than a one-person or two-person job. You might want it to not be that, but that's how that works. You might want this to be something like this, but that's not how that works. You might think I can get this, but that's not how that works. And instead of continuously bullshitting yourselves, you know, because of course you'd rather have something else be the case, it's just not how it works. Your thoughts and feelings don't stop science and truth in the world around you, the physics being what it is. You're just as immature as you've always been, you fucking idiots that died back then and eventually came back in as things got hard and scary. And it's up to us, intelligent, more mature people, to do things again that kind of push stuff forward. I know that sounds conceited. Unfortunately, it's not. Because it's happened every fucking time in history. And eventually you guys die out. World moves on. Things get better. As much as you don't like the idea of that being the case. I think the world is better off without you. Okay, sure. You might not like that. You might not want it to be said if you're a sensible person that doesn't like the idea of there being people that are right versus wrong. Instead, it's correct versus incorrect. But if that was as relevant as you say it is, and I need them to pay attention and listen to me, then, man, the world would be coming to a worse place, I'll tell you that much. Sorry to burst your bubble there, snowflakes. But you are not going to win that one. History has consistently repeated itself where you have lost. I might talk like I'm a Republican. I might talk like I'm some anarcho-capitalist. I'm just more realistic when it comes down to, okay, socialists like myself and anarchists like myself, how do you go about making a bunch of children ultimately decide to make it so they're no longer special? And they have to admit that they're not special and that they did bad things for no good reasons. How do you go about that? You know what I mean? Like, you can take drugs all you want. Okay? You can say that it's not the internet. You can say that it has in comparison. And, you know, for what it's worth, the internet is not all bad. You can try and blame everything, as usual. But yourself, you narcissists. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of it all, the reason why we usually end up having trouble is because Nobody gives a shit. And it would be really helpful if we had people that gave a shit in our lives. Somewhere we could feel the world would be a better place. How do you think people are drawn to me? You know what I mean? Like, just being realistic. Why do you think people are drawn to me? In a world such as this, or any person out there tries to preach some kind of good message, solution, something in their life that might make a change, might change things for the better, sense to them somehow. Maybe they didn't see something. You're looking for an answer. They're smart. You have to remember that. They're smart. They're trying to fix their life. See what I mean? They're not like you. They're smart. The problem is they looked in the wrong place. That's going to happen. We all make mistakes. We all try. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that mistakes in this world, with the capitalistic world, where nobody helps anyone, means you're likely, very likely, unfortunately, to have your whole life destroyed as a result of one. And for what it's worth, the retardation of others, which is in no way indicative of, hey, you're mentally unintelligent. No, I'm talking about intentional ignorance, intentional, just straight up denial of reality to fit one's desires and beliefs. That kind of thing. Retardation is common among narcissists and psychopaths. That's what that is. They don't like it when someone calls them out on their shit. Well, gee, why wouldn't they? You know what I mean? Makes total sense, really, when you think about it. Why would they really want someone to call them on their shit? I mean, you ever think about that? You know what I mean? Right? It's normal. It's them having to suddenly become a bad person, and the social, societal peer pressure is to remove bad people. So of course, they're very acutely aware that if they ever fuck up that hard, they'll have to deal with it in a very negative way that prevents them from continuing to do what they always do, which is take advantage of others and harm others. When we talk about a large amount of CEOs, well, I have this going on, well, I have that going on, I am an influencer that has so much that I now need to take care of, to do. I'm like, you're getting nowhere with me, man. I don't think you get this for me. Fact of the matter is, you're all very comfortable. And that's what I was talking about at first, before I made this recording. What changes a person to push past their comfort zone and make a rule? There's this new pizza place coming soon in my town. There's only one pizza place. So that's where this conversation came up from. It's like, well, I'm sure that person is really pretty annoyed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure that person's annoyed, right? That there's new competition. It's like, oh, competition isn't always good. Doesn't mean they'll be better or anything. So you're right. Okay, right. That makes sense. Because it's true. Doesn't mean in any way that they're better. Doesn't mean in any way that that person over there that was the original will suddenly work any better either. Okay? This is the capitalistic problem. Like the idea is that competition is what's going to cause them to suddenly get better. No, you see, it's the fact that they might not get as much money. They might decide to go somewhere else. They might have something else that for a time they're willing to just allow any mistakes to occur with them, and they do no wrong, could do no wrong approach, while the other one needs to become a dethroned, listens to others kinds of thing, right? Well, yeah, right. So what they'll do is they'll go over to another person. The money might that they lose make them change and put more effort in. It's not that more competition happened, it's that they'll actually have to put up effort to defend something, right? Well, yeah. So, effort to defend something is fine, but I had the conversation because I was like, a lot of people aren't like me, is what I found in my life. Being homeless, having short jobs, and all that. Even watching others do their job, listening to them. Capitalism preys upon, they'll just have to put up with it. There isn't another choice. Like with the government. See what I mean? Capitalism and the government prey upon the fact that people don't have another choice. They don't have something else they could try. Religion does it often too. So do online influencers that have a certain niche that is effectively just them. And when competition comes in, people don't like that competition. See what I'm saying? Not because the competition might actually be very good, but because it represents a change. It represents them having to make a change, having to possibly change in any kind of way in which they'll do better. They'll have to acknowledge someone else's situation and issues. That is why they do not like competition. Just like I talked about when it came down to why someone in science often doesn't like someone that might have a good idea. And parties can form, unfortunately, even in that. Or this is a more accepted, but it doesn't necessarily mean currently right now has more evidence. In fact, a lot of that is a bit of a problem for me right now. I have this very real issue as I try and, for my own existential stuff, think about the world around me and figure out what's good and not, what's possible and not, what's likely and not. As I've dived deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of all the different sciences and theories and what could be and couldn't be and is and isn't and so on. Because I've got your internet history right here, mister. You don't understand. I've been stalking you as you've been claiming things. I'm like, okay. So you were willing to do that but not look up any of the studies I talk about? Or any of the things I posit? Wait, what? You know what I mean? Right? And it's like, well, okay, sure. Okay, sure what? Okay, sure. What there, dude? You see what I'm saying on that one? Okay, sure. What? Like, you're willing to just continuously put in effort to against change and having a difference go on and look occur. Because there's only funds that are only going to be available for certain things that people will like, and you have to convince them psychologically and more. That's how the world works. You know what I mean? For the money, unfortunately. The money is how that works out to be used. All right? But people often don't like that, and they never have to talk about it. You ever think about that? It's not about the money. It's not about the fact that we would be much further along if we didn't have to pander to jackasses and their views and beliefs, even with inside the scope of the very sciences they're in too. Now, if we didn't have to deal with certain people, of course, we'd obviously be further along. I mean, we know that. Obviously. We're not stupid. They know that their own worth and value is keeping a certain type of thought or belief going. They know that if they're able to use that panic, so I was talking about it, the panic, saying, oh, a person who's scared will run into a wall. But you know what? A cat and a dog who's excited didn't really see what they were doing till it was a little too late. Tried to put the brakes on. Ends up running into the wall because they can't slow down now. You know what I mean? Isn't that something, right? And it's like, all right. But in the moment that a person, regular old human, happens to have to answer for something, they make a stupid choice. I'm no different. They'll lie or they'll pretend like they don't know what the truth is. Sometimes it's just because they're not wanting to take the blame. Sometimes it's because they have an ultimate goal. There's a lot of reasons. Doesn't really matter. Point is, human is a stupider animal than a cat or dog when they're afraid. Now, how often do you see people fearmonger online and use this idea of the reasonable justification for their vigilantism or belief system? Because, well, no, most of the time it will result in bad negative. And actually, this is the worst, thing that could be a thing. And we need money for this, and it'll take away our time from this or that if we allow for this to be something we focus on. Pretty often, honestly, we see it. Like, extraordinarily often, especially in the LGBTQIA plus world, and certain Republican worlds, and certain Democrat worlds. In fact, it happens a lot. It's the truth. Right? And then you realize, oh, that's right. It's normal to have multiple people in a group handle a large amount of problems going on. They should all be addressed, and we should respect multiple groups and their efforts and work in those problems to be addressed. right? Well, except everybody's buying for a small chunk of change, and they know that. Small amount of effort. You know what I mean? I just got passionate. I put hard work in for something I'm passionate about. All right? You hope to see that with a person at their job, but the vast majority of the time, what do we hear everybody talk about? It's a means to an end. It is something I put up with, and a means to an end. Money, time, whatever, to do something else. It is all very transactional. It's a good day when it's just a certain amount of good enough was done. You ever notice that? It was a good day when good enough was done. That's the standard that capitalism instills into us. Good enough is good enough. It was a good day. We did good enough. Not that we did all that we could, not that we did everything right. We did good enough. Good enough, huh? We did good enough. We didn't do it right. We don't have enough. Others are suffering. We did good enough. See what I'm saying? That's capitalism. Competition is good for us. Competition. People will be able to vote democratically, but you're so big they can't do anything other than you. Well, you ever think about that? Like me, I've got nothing and no one. But it's like, no, it's fine. You're too big. Everybody goes with you. Imagine that. You know what I mean? Some loser out there genuinely trying to posit that to some retards as a way to defend their garbage belief systems. You're so much bigger. You have so many things. You ever notice that it doesn't work though? What would happen if I got big enough though? It's like, all right, let's bring you in. I mean, come on. What? Seriously, I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. What would happen? You know what I mean? Now the government comes around. Hi guys, I'm going to treat you as best I can. Hey, I'm the new company in town. I have this I can offer. What happens often? They seem to go with them for a bit, they get scared, and they buy them out. That is correct, thank you. Too big to fail means they make sure things don't succeed. And when they do succeed, they try and go, no, guys. We'll do better this time. I swear. This time we'll change. Here's a slight amount of change, and nothing really changed. And it goes back to normal, and you felt like you won. Couple of decades. Oh, you forgot all about it. Back to poor quality. You fucking bitch. So what happens to them not being able to buy someone else out, like myself? I don't have a company. You know what I mean? I don't have a job. I can't work a job. Doesn't matter how hard I try. You know what I mean? What happens when I talk to a bunch of dumbasses online? And they worked really hard. I'm like, yeah, but, I was talking about this last night, actually. But it's like there's over 5,000, actually more like 10,000 people that have tried becoming a YouTuber online for over a decade. Have editing, decent thumbnails, did trends, all that. Never got anywhere. They're not even bad looking. Not bad edits, not bad thumbnails. Got good personality too. And you end up realizing the mistake of you thought that you had something special. You pandered to a particular audience that most likely was willing to pay people on the sly to watch you, and then they might have been someone themselves that liked you and did bot farms or whatever else. There's a given amount of corporate governmental control there and how much they recommend you, and you say they don't. Come on, really? So obviously that's possible. And you aligned with the right people to make you get big. The crowd doesn't control as much as you think, although they definitely do and will. So you're not wrong. But at the same time, you're not very right either. We like to imagine that we have something that makes us better than others. And it's rare when someone actually does. They're usually hated, very hated by other professionals in that field, whatever it happens to be. And I mean whatever it happens to be. I mean that. Not because, man, it's just only these, or no, I want it to be my way. I mean, I've seen it so many damn times throughout multiple news stories, politicians, celebrities, influencers. It could just keep going and going and going. How many people that would really ultimately relate to? And you get them seem to suddenly have certain issues. They were bad, they thought this, they didn't like that, guys. They think this way, and the standard, we need to cancel them crowd happens. They are successful somehow, some way. They thought this, they did this, and the beginning of hating of the entirety starts to occur of the crowd that got them where they are, right? And they'll justify going after them because it's always the same. It's never good enough, right? Until someone like myself comes around. And of course, there are good enoughs. There are, I will definitely appreciate what you're doing, even if I don't like you. Even if we have differences of opinion, I'll respect you. I'll be open-minded enough. Make sure that, the best I can, does not cloud my judgment. I am, of course, not perfect either. That being said, there is no such thing as perfect. Anyone that goes, you really thought you did in the past, I would have to talk to them about that because it's like, how did you know what I thought in the past? You ever think about that? You know what I mean? It's okay, Phaser. We're going to the park. It's like, how? How does one know? I didn't post much in the past. I go, I'm perfect. Sure, but that could be many things. Like, I'm feeling myself today. I'm fucking perfect! Yeah! But no, 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 no! You are experiencing narcissism, psychosis, or anything else. I am a diagnostician of the finest, highest caliber in all the world. I am the only one that can diagnose. What's this? The only one? What's this? What I just fucking hear you lie about? The only fucking one. You know, it's the I am. That's how this works. Fuck you. I don't think that's how this works, man. In fact, I'm dead certain it doesn't. You know, this person might not be as smart as you, but can still absolutely come up with the same fucking diagnosis. I am smarter than you. Listen to me. I don't know, man. Sounds an awful lot like you have a reason for this. You wouldn't have the need to be believed to be smarter. You wouldn't have the need to have others listen to you to feel something inside of that body and mind of yours. But you wouldn't happen to have a need and desire to be special. Do people give you this idea that you have a special, you see more significance in these smaller things around you? Only you can see. Do you ever say that you are like a god, perhaps? Do you ever see things that are not there, perhaps? Physical, auditory, or visual stimulations that are only you and yours alone. You shut up. I don't hear this that you speak of. I see. So these vague symptoms of psychosis, huh? They could be attributed to almost any fucking thing. Are so fucking insanely good at predicting whether or not someone's in the psychosis. It's the best. It's so fun. It's, my God. It's exact science every time. Only the best clinical diagnostician with this exact science, if you even present somewhat with it, means no matter what, absolutisms are always there. It's clear no matter what they are. Is this you there, doctor? Do you have a need to be believed? Well, obviously, my profession. So, that creates a clear bias in your evolutionary profession, yeah, of the chain that is your environment, yeah, yes. Well, I mean, yes, it is an environment. I mean, that definitely produces a pressure of sorts to smack down any given possibility outside of a given viewpoint that you prefer. And even allows for you such levity, yeah, doctor. In which, and this one's hilarious to me. I mean this, like for real. It allows for you to no longer have the need to continue doing constant upkeep and work of studying, such that you know with the latest possibilities, findings, and more are. Correct?
while getting lots of money. So the thing that you maybe just got in for the money, no passion whatsoever, possibly, that is a mean to an end and you have to put up with. That makes, of course, you feel special. It's something of a need inside of you, possibly, yes? After a while of dealing with dick fucks that believe that they are so much smarter, generally speaking, than others. Especially with the QAnon conspiracy, of course, that went down. Perhaps you may be even believe, be even believing that I am this somehow. We knew they stupid as fuck, bro. You said that you are. What is it that I said I am? I'm assuming that you're going to go towards, yes? Your doctor, you will be held to be in contempt if you do not answer. I don't have to answer this. I believe my most recent, in fact, quite a few of them say, in no fucking way, even right before you started that. And a person apparently cannot change their mind, of course. Which, by the way, I'm just gonna be really fucking honest with you. Never fucking believed QAnon. But you know what? For what it's worth, like, cabal isn't really realistic, but like, there are networks of different people in various high CEO positions, government positions that talk among each other, go to functions, have clubs. Some of them are known, some of them are less known, unless you have the money, apparently. You know, and yeah, you say that they don't talk about like any other friend what they're gonna do, but that affects like a lot more than you think. Stock market wise, like with the current zeitgeist and various fashions are, different media that's going to be produced, seen, what given laws might be coming soon on the docket. Because of course, like, hey guys, I'm going to put out this law. Can I get your support? Yeah, I paid, and then I did, and then hey. See what I'm saying? No, I've never heard of such a tale, especially with paramilitaries. And yeah, you'd be surprised. Hey guys, do you have someone that you need us to protect? Hey, I heard that they're doing such and such and blah 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 blah, intel bullshit. Meanwhile, it's like, oh yes, there is no conspiracy to a degree there. There's no smart person that's trying to take advantage of all that, right? No hacker collectives or other intel agencies that try and get involved so they can influence it one way or another for a monetary or movement of the world in the direction they prefer ways. It had to be believed that this was even happening. What? Sorry. I just heard like something so egregiously wrong and stupid come out of your mouth, I think. Like you didn't say that you have to believe someone would be doing that, right? You're glaring? Oh God, we have to laugh at her now. And then, clearly, come on, laugh at those people. Are you sure? Like really? What stops it from like, oh man, I remember when I was in this school, this early on, that school that early, and this job, I had like a club. But it's different when you get into politics. No matter what, it's different. Like, people put a lot more effort. They think it's serious. They do so much more. Leslie Knope's everywhere. You know, Parks and Rec was real. They'll solve it all for everyone. Okay, so clearly, the real consequences. Wouldn't they care about that? What about that means to an end? You put up with it stuff? Did you remember that? No. So I just heard a bunch of bullshit come out of a bunch of bullshitters. And I look at Herr Doctor getting the ability to have time to reflect and possibly have, since the delay was there, a new excuse for which he can come up with. Hey, you, get out of here. Stop doing that. Stop calling us on a shit, you damn bitch. I'm not sure that that's how that works. I thought you wanted us to do that there, sir. No, actually, the very opposite. Literally totalitarian, I could do no wrong. Didn't you say that was a bad? Wait a second. It's a joke. Isn't that a bad joke to me? No. Shut up. You help me. Let's not blind faith me. Let's test this shit. Do you feel as though you dislike something about something I've said? Is that your justification for deciding to do terrible, stalkerish, hacking things to me? You too are a Gabagoon and should die presently. Post haste. Somehow make that occur. This is the only actual medication for you and all of our society and mankind. Please proceed to some degree, somewhere where you silently die and not harm anyone else. Shut up, you. I kill you. You don't understand, I kill you. I'm going to be the one that is the Bashi. I will be the god now. I don't feel like this is possible. When are you showing up? Anytime, what day I have a schedule. Can you manage to tell me when? I would definitely schedule in. We can talk privately. Here's my address. Although if you've listened to all of my YouTube, it's also on there. I don't see how this... Shut up, you. You damn bitch, you. These are how people react, by the way, when you're alone. These quips here. Just letting you know. These are genuine reactions from people. They know damn well that they're fucking using cognitive dissonance and excuses and enabling themselves to be bad, shitty people to get away with all that. Like, they'll genuinely say shit like that. Like, actually. Like, it's okay. And it doesn't mean anything because I'm XYZ or some other shit. You know what I mean? But it's like every one of those things calls back to the beginning. So what's so wrong about a new pizza place showing up in the very nearest town? It'll be the only one. Is it because you'd have to work? You have to be better, provide something? What's so bad? The worst part though is both of them can basically slack off. They decide to talk behind closed doors. Create a little area of effect in this general area. It means they'll never really have to put good work in. That's a real fact. Not even a joke. That's real. Let's stop someone. You ever think about that? Let's stop someone. That's why I talk about it. It's like, no, Paulie Fidelity, you're the man. You have all the power. You, one singular individual with no income, no family to go to, and generally the whole system believes that you are terrible as just a man, has all the power. Yeah, my polyfidelity, searching around thing. Right. It's like he's into harems and cults. Man, those kinks, man. So bad, terrible. They gotta go. They've gotta go, bro. You don't understand. It's clear predatory. I am the reverend of this here Reddit area. Oh, really? The reverend, huh? I am the YouTube queen. I what says is the Bay abuse, and they don't know. They're just dumb, and they need me to protect them. Okay. Think yourself better than yours, apparently. How the fuck does that work? You ever think about that? How the fuck does that work? Like, seriously, how the fuck does that work? You are the one saying all the bad things. You are, man, like, what the fuck is this? Huh? What the fuck? What? Huh? You're mostly on this subreddit because of, like, the fact that you like similar shit. You're doing the whole, like, no, there's competition. He might be seen other than me. Ego. Oh, man, my ego needs to be the one that is better than others. There's not a tremendous number of people there lurking behind all of the not posted posts and commented comments and direct messages. I should know, considering I had 126 fucking goddamn post views on my fucking page, and I have 41 people that follow me. 3 times. 3 times more. Over 3 times. I'm like, yeah, no, there's some shit there. Yeah. There, come on, are you kidding? There's some shit there. There's some shit there. There's some shit there. It's like, you know, they're not there. This is pure evil poppycock. Lies. Lies. It's only just a lie. It's like, I should go after people online and make them feel inferior, that are so much bigger than me. Which one? I'm not sure. I haven't gotten any responses yet. You ever think about that? I do often. It's like, no. These ginormous YouTubers, they have an entire reputation. These huge, massive millions of followers. Huh? They didn't even fucking think of it. It's like, I didn't even acknowledge such a smart thing. So who is it that's going after you? I'm like, exactly. Right? A crowd. A crowd of deep people. Deeply entrenched in their need to be better than others. Please. Please, I'm really very much needing this. I am special. Please, I'm special. I think well, too. I can, I swear. Do you want me to tell you what the things that you're also someone that thinks well? Yes, actually. Please tell me what to do. I'll pay you. Oh, absolutely. I have a different version of Andrew Tate going on here. You see, over here, in this study, this is why it's correlative. Okay. And see, as a result of how they calculate this and don't account for these many variables, there's no way that this evidence really points to much of anything other than a possibility of it being related either directly or very, very, very indirectly, but still does impact this given whatever it is. Yes, that is true. I see. Well, where are these people? I know, right? Could be bank doing that. I totally fucking help people out. Are you kidding me? No educator then. I also feel weird because it's like, no, I'm going to take advantage of people, and you should probably go to someone else that's going to give you the right information. You know, I'm just a regular person that has no qualifications of any kind. But then again, unfortunately, even those with qualifications have taken advantage of those kinds of people. They're not perfect, and no, it's more likely for them to be better. You have no fucking statistical evidence to back that up. Like, legitimately. Do you have any statistical evidence for that? Like, for real. Like, not like, man, you know, this that came out. No, like, what about all the ones that got swept under the rug? Where's that survivorship bias? Removing data. Anytime? No? I guess not, if you don't want to talk about that. Okay, well, anytime you want to talk about that, that's why I brought it up, because it's like, okay, what really prevents you from feeling happy? What makes you depressed? You know what really makes you depressed and anxiety? The reason, which is normal, by the way, especially in a world like this. You really want no? It ain't because you ain't with God. It ain't because, my goodness, you didn't do X, Y, Z in your life. That's regret. It's the possibility of what could have been. It's the possibility of things that you know are shit. It's the possibility of a lot of that. That's what makes you like that. Not other things. It's the possibility that things could be better and you wouldn't have to deal with things like you are, where you're tired all the time, because honestly, you don't see a way the hell out of a terrible situation. How do you think people would fall for that kind of idea? With various religions, government institutions, programs that are inside of them, both, corporations too, influencers galore. How do you think people would be a little bit perturbed? You know, paranoid per se, right? About others and their intentions, over a life where they have been led astray by those who just seek to feel better about themselves somehow, some way. To use some of the language of Bible thumpers in a very scientific manner. I don't know much about the Bible, but yet it still stands to reason that it works consistently more than 2,000, 4,000, 10,000, quite a few thousands of years later. I wonder why there's a consistent problem here, and why I feel like saying, you know, these gabagoo, manipulative, garbage-ass fucking holes should be the ones that are gone after. Not people like myself. People that say that I should be the one that's gone after. People that believe I'm bad. People that don't think about me or my intentions because they never even bothered to fucking listen to any of my goddamn videos. Even if it's like, no, you're terrible like this, you're like that, you're blah, 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 blah. You know, come on. What's so bad about a little competition? I thought it was supposed to be a good thing, capitalism. You know what I mean? That was supposed to be a good thing, Republican, Democrat, liberal, feminist, misogynist, LGBTQIA plus, traditional. That's a little competition. Huh? You with the big power. Everybody goes along with you. Big showy, everybody agrees. That's right, they agree. See what I mean? Agree. They agree, they got rid of the fucking They grease each other's palms. Ooh, I got money. I agree. Come on, guys. Think like us. what happens when a person like myself with no money makes good, astoundingly good arguments. Knows his shit. You don't know why. Doesn't have the gatekeeping qualifications. You don't know what work he's done. You can see what his current internet history says. You have no idea how long and far back it goes. You have to really put some work in before you can make a judgment one way or another. What'd you do? Like, honestly, come on. What'd you do? Would you just be an advantage-taking piece of shit like all the others? They'll have their whole group on your side, do no wrong. You ended up doing the whole, terrible, oh my god, QAnon conspiratory thing. We went for a ride with it. You know, they're right, though. Some of that can be a thing. We don't know how. Here's some possibilities, but hey, you know what? Here's how to test. Instead of just thinking that they're there and it's happening, why don't we test for that? Why don't we make it so you don't have to worry? You have to just believe us. Those on my side. They're rationed, logic, understanding, compassion, and empathy. Those are open-minded, still, that all the trauma and pain they've suffered through. And you that join them. So terrible did you join them. So terrible I cannot in any way be good anymore. It's impossible. There's no way to join or think that it is true or possible. I'm so terrible, I must just disappear from all things, not be involved. I am not allowed at all. Can't have opinions. I believed in QAnon. I believed in XYZ, whatever the hell it is. Turned out that they lied and I was burned. What about that? Why don't we work towards, you know what? You're not so terrible that you could have made this mistake and you can get better. How about that one? How about that one? You made a mistake and there's a way to get better. How about that? Your religion doesn't allow for that. You're a sinner? Hell. Well, I was born. That's crap. Honestly, I didn't even have a chance. That's crap. I didn't have a chance with this. The religion says I'm immediately in hell. This is crap. This is poopy. This is straight poopy. Why would I even want to try? What about instead it's you made a mistake, you can get better. That's what the priests and more like to try and tell you is what they're selling, but it isn't true. Not in the slightest. At all. And you know that. Science? No! Come on! Come on! It was just a mistake. Your mistake cost a lot of people. Lot of lives. You're gonna be realistic about it, finally? Are you willing to let people die? On a chance you might be right? That's what politicians, generals, more do. Sometimes you gotta make a decision. You know what I mean? I ain't no war-mongering fool. I'm also the person that knows when we should fight. So lay down, die. See what I mean? Capitalism as a socialism can't be corrupt. So democracy is always good when there's a lot of stupid people that can vote. As if all dictatorships have no ability to be managed and what power and absolute control they have. Who manages it? Oh man, it's impossible to have smarter people that are democratic. It's impossible to have imposing restrictions that get them thrown out with no question or ability for them to argue their way back in. It's impossible to do anything, like I've stated on my YouTube channel, because everybody's made a mistake. Everybody has nothing at all, apparently, somehow, of an ability to have made them and get better. Impossible. I dare say poppycock, the highest order and degree. Balderdash doesn't even describe the level of not true. It's impossible. And I mean, I do a lot of impossible things all the time. I'm a fucking organic computer that's more fucking capable of that piece of shit over there. What is that? A few gigawatts? Fucking dumb. Look at it. A few gigawatts of power has to run that fucking thing. Look at that stupid piece of shit. Oh, did you think I was gigaherting over here? Sorry. No. That's how it works. We all make mistakes. Yeah. And granted, some are worse than others. Yeah. Even though QAnon got so far. Because it's a little bit true. A little bit fucking true. You know what I mean? And a lot of conspiracy theories that are good have an element of truth to them. Same thing with religions. Same thing with governments. I promise you'll have all that you need. That's a load of horse shit, and you know it. Same thing with science. We know everything. Why did you bring up that study? That is not what... you suck. We don't know much about this, but a lot of this stuff... You know what? I'm hearing the good thing over here. You're willing to admit you didn't know something. I'm wearing the thinking cap here that says you might be not as bad as others. You bitch! I mean, no, we don't know anything about that. Ew. No, all of our science is fucking incomplete. God damn it, motherfucker. Ah, fuck, when is that gonna happen to be changed? Never possibly. Oh, great. Yay, great. Okay. Possibly never. Oh, great. All right. Well, okay. But at the very least, they were willing to admit it, so that's better. I prefer that. Yeah. Is it good? Here's also the other problem. Sometimes people need to be kicked in the ass to do things. This is one of those unfortunate side effects of reality. Capitalism was basically made as a result of that. Certain things need to be done. Certain ridiculous fucking corrupt individuals, multiple different types of kingdoms and governments and religions all got in the way of each other. And a way to force them to do work was to withhold all their necessities. You can see where it started off on a premise of getting someone to do something for positive. Work did need to get done. Not everybody is like me, or there's passion here, that's all it's going to take, and I'll rapidly accelerate. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to talk about it, because it's like, means to an end slowly degrades you. The putting up with it slowly degrades your will to try or believe or care. When everybody doesn't care around you, almost nothing gets done in capitalism. It hangs on by a thread, along with all the rest of it. And that thread is all we have from everything kind of shit in the bed. Nobody really wants to do it anymore. That's why it's like, sorry, sometimes we need to go insane for a bit. Sometimes we need to do dumb, stupid things. Sometimes the insanity of a psychedelic hallucinatory trip that ends our whole direction that we are traveling is what's necessary. Guys, unfortunately, that wasn't necessarily a good way to travel. Gave him a reason to go, nah, no, nope, 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 definitely not. Nope. Not doing that. Alright, got a little too far there, buddy. Alright. Alright. Gonna calm down here. And you're gonna go wait for a little bit and get your shit together. Alright? And it's gonna have to happen sometimes. Stay still, Phaser. Actually, you know what? I'll get you. That being said, for me, I am metaphorical in what I'm stating, but also sometimes literal. It is literal in some aspects as to the problems that we are facing. Unfortunately, literal for some of us. Sometimes we do need to go a little insane, come back to really be able to piece together our shit. Sometimes it's a bit of a joke that we are so afraid to lose control. Let ourselves just lose a little control for a bit. Sometimes we have to lean on others. Ask them for support. Ask them for help. That might be what helped push us to get better. I went through this terrifying ordeal. I lost all of the control I needed to not feel as though my anxiety and stress will overwhelm me to such a degree there is no going back, no hope. I will never be anything but ended. People don't think about it. But that type of fear is strong in a lot of people. That type of fear gets people to justify terrible things. It's them to allow for themselves to harm others. It's themselves to allow harm of themselves. Because they are so terrible. There is no viable way at all to be allowed to continue. That's a real problem for a lot of people. Unfortunately, just like mother birds, some father birds do too. They'll kick the damn baby out of the nest. better fucking fly. And some of them, more often than not, do. It's a good thing we're not birds. That's a little rough. For what it's worth. But there are similarities for some. I was homeless. I survived. My mother kicked me out. She's terrible. She really is. She remains terrible. There could very well be a bunch of underlying reasons, like the mother bird hypothesis. It's not a very good one, because they never really tried to treat me right, and they basically clipped my wings. Much like, unfortunately, others in my life did. I wish I could tell you who the hackers were and everything else, and how much of it was just some psychosis I was going through versus how much of it is very, very real and has nothing to do with mental disorders. It would help me out a lot. The thing is, a lot of people don't want to be found. You'd have to go through a lot to really convince me. A hell of a lot. Give me the evidence of how much it was or wasn't psychosis or schizophrenia. And I can explain with real, genuine levels of acceptable, logical, reasonable reasons for people and the efforts they would take to do it would be. Which turn it into an entirely different problem. And I can be aware of my intelligence. I can be aware of more than enough reasonable, good reasons for someone to try. And it also calls and exposes the vast majority of other issues that go on in this world around us and how they go on about and happen. It showcases us, unfortunately, why a gaslighting, gatekeeping crowd wants to hang on to a thread if they didn't do anything wrong and don't want to take responsibility. And don't want in any way for me to be the very thing they have always not wanted for anyone other than themselves to be. Special. An exception. Something different. That's a big ask. A lot. A lot of others. More than myself. Because that's a logical, reasonable thing to do. All it takes is a few people to think that, and they'll use it. And a whole bunch of other people, like the frightened, panicked individuals making dumb choices that run into a wall, not even thinking you're looking or seeing, fell into a hole because they weren't paying attention, and so on and so forth. Ultimately ended up happening. Phaser, get away from that. Come on. So that's what that is. people who are afraid make bad choices. We all do. I'm no exception. I'm no exception at all. You know, for what it's worth, I'll talk about it. But I made a @Joe Scott Explains video about what I think the bloop was. I was off. I was feeling myself. Came up with a good design. I posted earlier, trying to fight my own thoughts and others possibly about me not being good enough. And then I made a, possibility for what it was worth. Now, granted, the way I described in that video and how to track it down and what it could have been, and then I said, oh yeah, no, I could very well be wrong. Truthfully, I don't know. I didn't watch the video. Was more or less what they did to try and track it down. And then I was wrong. And I was like, okay. I didn't put out a video. Totally forgot about it for days. And I was like, oh yeah, there's that video. Shit. And then I just deleted it because it was like, oh, whatever, nobody even watched it anyways. But here you go, I'll talk about it. It's not something I'm embarrassed about at all. Just felt like irrelevant stuff at that point. Clearly they know what they're doing. I'm wrong. Might confuse someone else out there into believing that that would have been something that could have happened. And they didn't believe what the evidence suggested it would be. That's why I took it down. Standard move I think anyone should do. That kind of thing. For what it's worth, I still maintain that I can make a very similar sound the way I said it could have happened on that video. But they found out, so whatever. That kind of thing. So I'm gonna move on because it's like, well, that's why you're anxious. That's why you're sad. A lot of that has to do with how society is run. The government protects itself, and others do too. Why a lot of us don't want to take responsibility. I'm not really very often in that category, but sometimes I am. And why many of us really get angry when we are made without any escape from the truth, without any ability to do anything wrong, presented with the lie we made. Okay? Because it'll cost us our lives as we know it. Some people finally get that when they get older. All that could possibly change is suddenly thrust on them. Something they keep out of their mind and focus the vast majority of the time they are awake. Especially if it's oh shit, I didn't even know I made a mistake. We all try our best. Come on. We all try our best. Something. It's the truth, unfortunately. And then it gets worse. We'll do things to protect the lie. I'm glad I'm not trying to protect any lies. Glad I started off my new internet journey with the Scene on Reality as best I could, with as many truths as I could have out there. And what I had that I was wrong about, and my old online account will be whatever that is. There for anybody that wants to see a person figuring shit out. Not that many of them are actually even on there. For what it's worth, I had such a hard time ever feeling comfortable just asking a question because the world likes to eat you up if you ask one. You know, we've all been burned, or we all have limited time, kind of thing. I mean, scientists spend a long amount of time putting together so much, and then it's like, so effectively, most of it has to be redone. And it's like, well, in certain areas, yeah, unfortunately, okay. But like, you were going to do that anyways. You knew you weren't making perfect measurements. You were just trying to get shit done with the tools you had at the time. That's not intentional. It's not a mistake. You're doing the best you can with what you have. It's not on you. It's on others. It's not on you. It's on others. We all try our best. That's how that works. I'm a phaser. Go up a hiking trail late at night. Well, it's dark for sure. You're not skunked again, are you? You fucking damn dog. Yeah, he doesn't smell like it. That's good. The trail we haven't gone on for a while because he got skunked. Anyways, so when it comes down to people that go after me, I can understand why. I make a lot of big claims that often people that have, types of psychosis believe. Or schizophrenic-like tendencies, or are on very significant drugs. Right? And, yeah, of course, you want to challenge that and see what happens. The problem is I know my shit. The problem is I wasn't. The problem is I was leading somewhere, and the problem is people don't like it when they made a mistake like that. Because 999 times out of fucking 1,000 doesn't get you anywhere. Hell, you know how many people make claims and paradigms you can create? There's a meme in those worlds that I definitely enjoy myself as well. Okay. But the reason why I make big claims is because I know my shit. Because I'm smart. Because I'm that guy that goes, yeah, shit, everybody will go after me if I even flinch or hesitate. Possibly I've made a mistake of some kind. I think people spin move. It's a problem. You know what I mean? It's a big issue. Come on, phaser. Down. Down from there. Dumb dog. No. Anyways. But that's what that would be for me. My family would literally, if you even so much as flubbed a word, would shit on you for months. Doesn't get you very far when you do that. Especially when you know you're smart and you tell your parents, why don't you just listen to me? I'm smarter than you. The ego will be so inclined to defend itself with petty, passive aggressive, garbage, narcissistic behavior. That's a real problem. And I like hitting people because that's what I was raised to do in my family, like that. Psychologically destroy each other. Make it so nobody wants to approach. That's how I was raised. Literally. If you don't know, that is actually how my family treats each other. And why we often don't say anything and we snap in massive defense when someone calls us out. My younger sister does it, older sister does it, my mother does it, and my father does it. None of them are very good people. Now I snap too, for what it's worth. If you ever meet me in real life, you'll notice I don't do that practically ever, unless you really give me that just enough to make it so I will. So it's like, no, you click the checkbox that says, oh, you're that piece of shit. I get to do this. I love doing this. I make so much joy happen for myself when I just put you down. I'm a sadist. It's a thing for me. I enjoy that. Enjoy being right. Enjoy making others that believe they're better than others suffer. I have an ego and mentality of entitlement, like the aristocratic bourgeois millionaires and more. Being a person, I was recording, that enjoys tremendously making them have to observe all of their flaws, like I had to. Because I never backed down with my family. My family is full of narcissistic, psychopathic, sociopathic, and other manipulative traits. They are backed the fuck off. My mom loves to talk about how I'm one of the main reasons why she tried to kill herself. Twice. Not her father trying to molest her. Not my older sister. Told her she's a terrible person, never wants to see her. Or my younger sister, it's very similar. Or my father, who would rather work his job than be around her. Me. And I'm like, yeah, because I don't give in. There is no amount of pressure that will ever get me to give in. Ever. It could be all of everything, beyond even our own universe. And I'd be like, yeah, so what? What we do? You got something else? Still false belief system. Doesn't matter. Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence, bitch? Anything. Show it to me. Show it to me. Proof. Where's the proof? I want to see the proof. Where is it? What you got? Where is it? Anything? Anything at all? And they will not be able to convince me. Show me how. Show me right now how. Since you know it, show me right now. How? Show me. Just like me. Hey, don't fucking believe me, you fucking retard. Hey, no. Get your ass over here. We're gonna fucking do the due diligence, and we're gonna make sure everybody knows there's no doubt at all. Shut the fuck up over there. We're doing work. No, but the spirits say. Spirits didn't stop you from dying with that bullet going through your skull there, buddy boy. Okay, well, you know. Okay. The spirit's gonna help you again, eh? Oh, why you got those clothes? Huh? Why you got those clothes? I don't, to tell you. They give you them? Or did you make them? Or we make them? That's gonna be very, very, oh, you made them? You're on our side, right? Yeah, those clothes aren't yours. Those are my clothes. Give me those fucking clothes. Give me that fucking food. We made that food. Give me those. That's my water. It's my water. Get the fuck out of here. Where's your shelter? Go fuck yourself. You don't need it. Spirits will take care of you. Go fuck yourself. Go die already. There's an after. Just go test it. Okay, I will. Good. One less fucking mouth of you, finally. Jesus fuck. Fucking hell. Jeez. Finally free of that, right? Hey, you believing in over there? Of things that aren't true? No, just possibilities. You know. Oh, okay. You want to work on them? Yeah, absolutely. I do. Sweet. What do you need? You can always test. You can always figure out something. That's a good thing. I don't want you to blind faith me. I'm not asking for it. The problem is for me. Yeah, I did start everything up back in mid 2010s in my parents' house, Chandler. I really did. And yes, geological earthquake, tidal waves, and volcano events did happen. When I said the amount, severity, people dead, and more. With alarming, consistent, have not been wrong yet, accuracy and consistency. Okay? Then the people that showed up on those studies that I wanted to perform myself and did not want to give to anyone else did, and the studies panned out as I said they would, with alarmingly verbatim, word for word accuracy. In this conversation recording right now, we're going up this trail is also one. And yet, the worst part isn't that. The worst part is I woke up one day and I freaked out because I didn't remember what the fuck I had said for years. Like actual years. I knew my name barely, only because I looked it up on my driver's license. You think I'd go to the hospital, right? You think? The answer is no. I just thought nothing of it, other than I knew people were listening and watching me, spying on me. And I just looked like an insane person that was lying to get attention, with a Munchausen syndrome or some psychotic break of an episode. Knew enough about that. Didn't know what the fuck I had said for fucking years. And then it slowly pops up. Every so often, every day, something new reminds me, oh, I talked about that. I remember that. I talked about that. I remember talking about that. I remember that. And it's like, who's going to believe that? So convenient. You know, the worst part, though, is I remember saying in the past, that's exactly why whatever the people are, most likely we're talking about here, that did it. Because I just look insane. And no one ever is what they thought. They believe. Think I was telling the truth. Or that, well, some of it is true. Well, not everything, maybe. And all the rest. The problem for me turned into they were going to hurt people and kill others. If they tried to look into it. Or me. Make my life worse. And truthfully, for what it's worth, a few hackers, a few similar coincidences, and a few things like that. He's just good conning. You know, he's good at conning people, right? Hell, even my own damn self. Yeah, it's unlikely. I mean, come on, right? I mean, come on. Just good at predictive analysis. People are pretty consistently, you know, something you can honestly predict more than most people want to know. And there's a reason why the mind games and brain games and mentalists were impressive to some and others just a show of good con men and women tricks. Right? Until we had a proto moon, we had exactingly right calls of hurricanes, blizzards, volcanoes, tidal waves, earthquakes, and astronomical phenomenon that we had no actual evidence whatsoever to suggest and predict it would occur. Happened, as I said, based upon me making them happen. Because I got angry and people were no longer going along with what I was saying, alongside of many people getting different types of cancers, heart attacks, strokes, aneurysms, and just straight dying the moment I said, and I mean that, I wanted them to. With remote viewing of their faces, their names, their locations, their thoughts, their actions at that moment, their socials, and their birth dates in the past. Now, it would freak out, I think, anyone. They were just like, man, I'm just going to predictive analysis. And all of a sudden, that person died. All of a sudden, that hurricane happened. All of a sudden, that tidal wave occurred, exactly like I said. That nuclear reactor failed, exactly like I said. That star blew up. That nova was seen. Those thousands upon thousands of studies were correct. Genius? When did it stop becoming genius? Aneurysm, you have no fucking at all ability to know is there. They've never been seen to have one, any of the symptoms. How did my brain connect to the internet? I said in the past it was able to. And you have to believe my brain's a little special. Can do remote viewing, can affect the universe more than others. See what I'm saying? That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. To an open-minded, supposedly, scientist and physicist and multiple doctors and more. What if you got that? What if what I said is true? They save that information and they have it. And it's not hogwash. It actually has that there. Would that more than anything just confirm that I can prove everything I say to be true? Yeah. So, yes has it. What would be so terrible in trying to find it? Just for my own sanity and yours. Maybe I misremember. My memory's not so good. Maybe the eyewitness. Maybe the actual evidence that they do spy on you. That much isn't something we would want not seen. Maybe we do want that to come out. Is that so bad? Is that so terrible? Come on. Right? Obviously it's not. Obviously we do want that. Obviously I do too. Clearly. I want it all out there. Everything. So what if they panic? I can know if whether or not it was just conspiracy run by a bunch of people that were conned by me, maybe. I didn't realize. And whether or not the scientific evidences that are peer-reviewed and seem to show that it is absolutely working the way I said, or actually something that is different, and they just falsified evidence. You know, if that's the case, whew, okay, they were just buying something that wasn't true. What if it was? Are you gonna take the chance? You are terrified. You're holding on by a thread. You know you're holding on by a thread. Is it better to know that I can do that? Because I know it's going to pan out that way. I know what I am. I know I didn't lie. I know I did say those things. I know I did. that something you want? Everybody to know that I can do that? I do. I want to be famous. I want everyone to know. I want people to take me seriously. That's why I did them. I did them so they would fucking do the right thing. Have pressure on them so they would make it so things were better. People weren't anxious, depressed. The world would work, run better. So we could live longer lives. So we enjoy our lives we live. I did it for the right reasons. So I didn't believe in the aliens at the time being something I was fighting. I came down to Earth long ago. And were apparently, more or less, with their DNA, able to calculate and all that with that. But it's not really DNA. It's a polystructure polymerized amino acid. It works apparently surprisingly well. As signifiers, DNA, calculations, like neurons, and any other cellular organs we have. Turns out there are more ways to make cells function than just DNA. So that one was a surprise. Come on, Phaser! Where'd you go? Come on! Turns out they're real. Like those structures and everything, there are studies that show that they can absolutely exist and do those things. That's a real problem that I ignored in the past because I didn't want to believe that. Just like I didn't want to believe the mistake I made. That I was going to go suffer through being homeless. Get nowhere, and the money anyone said they would try and get me. And the fame or fortune. And that they wouldn't lie, even if they lost trillions and they died. Even if their entire countries were upended and destroyed and had to rebuild themselves. Apparently, they knew they could get away with lying that they ever spied. Because enough people were involved, they were unwilling to even attempt to try. Except those that know are very insanely aware. This world's fucked. Because they won't listen to one dude that they spied on. It's a brand new president in the United States of America. But you know, first thing they're told by the Secret Service and more, God lives. And we're not listening to him. And he's going to kill everyone. Because we're not. And we're not saying that he's alive and that he is John Tyler Lemke. Currently talks about how he's on YouTube right now, Xenon Reality. And that all the really terrible, negative garbage it is mostly just because we don't do that. And we're inundated by a bunch of aliens that apparently sided with a universe that happened to exist before ours. Shocker, that is far more possible than not. Not to mention a time before us, which is different than the universe. He won't explain that one, mostly because he says every time he ever gave us scientific information, the studies came out later as being exactly what he said, and he wanted to do them, and that we use it to harm him mentally and emotionally and physically, using quantum fucking devices that can affect people from further away than we want people to know about. Light, they can do it too. Sound, they can do it too. And what's your plan for that? Are we gonna go to him or something? Really? Answer: no. Apparently, we're gonna continue doing what we've always done with these fucking jackasses that actually run things, because they have these super powerful blah 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 things. And we'll just say that that's not going on or something. Meanwhile, me, bullshit as if you don't have a choice. Bull fucking shit like you don't know. Bull fucking shit as if, anyway, like you're the one that doesn't, and they're on. Fuck that shit. Come on. Meanwhile, all I want to do is talk about how the aliens are a thing. Like, we were able to make our own synthetic versions of miniature organoids off of polymerized and polystructural amino acids that create a cellular network, and then it was never seen again after being peer reviewed to work. Wonder fuck why. I wonder why. Right? Jeez. Yeah. That shit's stupid. You know what I mean? I'm fighting with a bunch of people that never did anything at all but intend to screw me over. The whole world's full. You know what the worst part about the whole alien thing is? They could just break down their cells. Like polypropylene, you know what I mean? The jellyfish, they have a signifier and it goes on, right? But they remember, because your DNA can absolutely store just our own damn cells. Our own mRNA can store memory. Just put that on my Reddit recently. So it turns out aliens can store their information in their little amino acid garbage, and they can go through our skin. That's right. That shit can actually go through our skin. It's small enough that it can do that. And they have a decent amount of control too when they do it. That's a real fucking thing. Must have been one hell of a fucking terrifying sight for the humans way back in the day. They were just going around being alive and sentient and self-aware for the first time. And we had to grow up with things trying to swarm and take over our minds. Throughout our evolution. It's no wonder there are defenses like some of us, myself, have to them. And yet the worst part is, the only reason why they're there is because they were dropped off. By that I mean kicked out. As a result of them being shitty, they were being shitty to their alien friends. They're narcissistic, egotistical, manipulative, crybaby, lazy people. That's right, they really are. They don't do jack shit. They really don't. They are psychopathic too, more than willing to be violent. For all the things I talked about. Especially if it means they don't have to do any more work. They're not in any way like me. In the slightest. Anyone that thinks differently, man, you don't know me. You are just like any other gabagoo. Standard manipulative language. That's like that's what you do. Standard manipulative deflection. That's what you are. Standard immature child thing. You have to prove that I'm not. All right. Well, I can actually, with machines, we can trust more than just one person, what he says. See what your thoughts are and your brain, if it's lying. Would you like to get into one of those machines and we have this conversation? No. I see. I wonder why. Fucking jeez. Shut up. It's the worst. Seriously, it is. Because it's like, no, it sounds like it's a reasonable thing to say. How would I be? It's like, are you kidding me? We're clearly having this conversation right now. That's a back and forth we just did. For data analysis, remember? It's a good con. Statistically, he's likely to get some of us. Okay. So, would you like to test? You have a big YouTube channel full of moments like that. How many of them would have to happen to statistically say it's something beyond just really, really accurate predictive analysis? How many orders of magnitude? Are you willing to dig deeper? Go back to Chandler House? Put money where your mouth is, bro. You want to say shit like that? You're willing to get the real evidence for or against? No. Because then I'd have to do illegal things or something. Get information that is illegally there. That would be something we should have as knowledge the government is doing to us. Or corporations. Or hackers. Which I'm sure you're probably quite well aware. Nothing that stops hackers from doing that. Our government doesn't acknowledge. It's illegal. They wouldn't. What? Guys, all crime is illegal. It just doesn't happen now. This guy said it's illegal, so it doesn't happen. I see. So, shut up. Come on! Ow. Why wouldn't I shoot that? It's because some things is. Oh, no, no, no. Because bad or something. Okay, what? What? We just started this off with how society and competition and blah blah is what it is. Which means you agreed with that. Got to this point. It's not a false assertion in the slightest. Which tells us that you know that that's the case. There's nothing at all that says I'm wrong. Other than a person wanting to use their beliefs and all the rest to say I'm wrong. Instead of to say that you are right, I believe you. I'm like, and they are different than you because last time I checked, the belief in the Constitution, belief in the sacredness of marriage, belief in the sacredness of our founding forefathers, all the science in its perfection, all of our laws are perfect, no matter how bad it ultimately is for some. All corporations are definitely having our best interests at heart. Can't listen to this crap anymore. Oh my god! Can you even? Yeah, bro, I can. Bro, are you even? Do you even? Are you even though? Are you even though? I'm apparently so rich. They think of me like Donald Glover. Gotta get my Fisker go vroom vroom. You know what I mean? I'm going up a fucking hill that's so goddamn high. Just to see a stupid star that's on top of the hill that they light up during the winter. Oh god. It's so cold. I'm tired. I'll go to bed. Hungry. I didn't eat. Didn't have nearly enough water. What happens if I, in the dark, trip and fall and die? Dun 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 dun. CSI. Ow! How's it been? I haven't seen you for a while. Law and order. Investigators, my ass. We already know who did this. We're just getting the district attorney who we know hey, should be talking with because that seems biased. It's the prosecution. Yeah, the facts should be the facts, right? No, but they work for us. Wait, the corrupt government that doesn't have any checks and balances just works with the law and order? That says that you're always on the side of and generally gets a pass whenever they make mistakes, but not people? Bro, am I a joke to you over here? I don't know, man. Seems kind of like you are, sort of, somewhat. You can see why I would say that, though, right? Well, all right. phone. Uh-oh. I didn't even hear it. Well, that was bad. Uh-oh. That's some liquid. Hopefully it didn't drop down the goddamn side. Actually watch this. Or not watch this, picture this and send down and see the cool star up there. Well, it's a good thing I got keys. See my phone paper? Is far beyond very distant. You must have dropped pretty far back here at this point. See my phone paper? That's how I noticed. I didn't hear it drop down. That's because my phone needs to turn off a lot of extra sound when recording or doing anything like that. No, Phaser. No. Stop. Smell like skunk? No, you don't. I'm down. Alright. It's relatively square. Hey! Swiggity! Fucking swoogity! Swig and swoog, baby. Swig and swoog. Sweet and cool, babe. Oh, yeah! Alright, got it to resume recording here. Fucking found it! You thought I couldn't. You're a liar. You're a fucking bitch ass liar. That's what you are. Fucking bitch ass. Fucking not hope bitch ass liar. Fucking crap ass. My fucking phone. You're not like me who has hope and positivity. Suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it. I'm fucking better than you. Anyways, yeah, so the prosecution has a pretty strong advantage for one thing. They're like made me believe by grooming a bunch of children to all be believing that the government's super good at what they do. But as we discussed, a large amount of them just do the means to an end and put up with it stuff. You know, it's yes, but the criminal doesn't mean the criminal. We assume that the police assume did all their due diligence and have the right guy. And like 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 60s, 70s, all say otherwise. Okay, well, there might be some bias over there. No, we are perfect. We're not perfect. I mean, oh, how much of this? How many? How many did you get wrong that you defend doggedly because you cannot make a mistake to other groomed individuals that think you're perfect? Why are you gonna fucking make man this tea? Look at the size of this tea. I can't drink all that. It's a fucking callback to the beginning of this video. The fuck? I don't need a 20 worth of tea, man. Just letting you know. I don't know what you're saying there, bro. Are you sure? Let me just You sure you don't want the cargo ship coming? It's just pulling an ocean for you. Why is it that aliens are perfect in your mind? Wait, what? You assume aliens would be somewhat similar to us. What happens with a large amount of technology? With humans, too. What? The ocean is a rock. It is tea. What? Why is it that anything in the universe would be completely immune but us humans to this problem? And once we are perfect, because we have the high technology, that we would not be like this. Come on! Okay. Fine. So, I contend this is possible. What about another universe that influences us? Yes, what prevents another universe from basically becoming sentient somehow and influencing others? Could you fuck off for a second? Why'd you bring the ocean of tea? And they wouldn't prosecute things for the very same reasons I talk about. Come on, Phaser! Come on. I don't know where the fuck he is. I'm gonna go see this fucking thing now. That's a fucking moon. It's so bright. Crest this hill. Oh my god. Shiny in my eyes. Oh, there you are. Oh, you're already up there. You didn't even bother. Wait for me. I know how you'll act then. So this, god fucking damn, and there corruption, advanced level physics manipulation. No, hey, shut up over there. And just because we don't see it currently means no matter what, all of our observations are perfect and in no way being influenced by anything else. Nothing would have an incentive to not be seen having made mistakes, or any of the rest of it. That could possibly influence, make some of our observations. Even though they're one thing, but they're not really that thing. And we are so numerous. There's so many of us doing it all the time. It's perfect every time we do it. And if there's a higher universe, it's no matter what perfect, they wouldn't be able to stop everyone else somehow. In a way that we personally just find that it couldn't be done because we're not there yet. You know, there's definitely no way that's occurring. Okay. So science unfallible, especially by no way hidden variables. They were trying to make sure they were never there. Could you give us a second as physicists and scientists to debate that and come back and say, nah, you're wrong, because we don't like that? Fucking asshole! Why would you, fuck you? Fuck you! Don't posit something logical and reasonable to a group of people that know a thing or two about this as like a fucking absolute reason why a lot of us sometimes have doubt about our own studies and results. I posit to you what would stop a person like myself who has plausible abilities you wouldn't want others to believe and go along with from influencing your results. What would that, ultimately speaking, be in terms of statistical probability? Psychologically speaking, people would react to someone like myself. You suck! Fuck you! Don't believe that! Oh, you bastards! You're believing that? Well, it turns out you did. And you do. Because that's logical to say. And we'd rather test to see if it was possible rather than just go like, nah. So we're going to go along with that instead. Fuck. Get utterly fucked. Get fucked. Okay, fine. Fuck a use. Oh, wow, Gabagoo over here saying fuck a you. Fuck. So we're gonna go test some things. I guess we removed an obstacle from doing so. Would that be a god to you? Well, like a reality experiences that you see and that work the way they do, manner that they are the one set it is. Not just psychosis. Which I already have more than enough positive reasons as to why that's going on my YouTube. Granted, I'd love to test. Would there be incentive for people to allow for that? Yeah. How much? A lot. I have incentive. I don't want it to be. I don't like it so much that I fucking hate that. And you, I want dead. So, believing others to get them is paranoia. Anyone? Anyone got anything? Could you fuck off for a second? We have to talk. You're the one listening to the recording, bro. Or hacking my phone, listening in real time, bro. You could get out of my head. You never leave mine. Fuck you. Anytime you want to leave, go fuck yourself. Okay. I see. So it's devolved right now into a bunch of children screaming at a man who makes mature, logically reasonable, understandable sense. For emotional reasons more than anything else. To prove I was here. This is what this was about. Suck it. Man, my low level was bad. Oh wait, no. I have to swap that. That's supposed to be going the other way. That's what that is. Okay. Let's just do a little two. No phaser. You're getting way too close to that fucking hill. You fucking dumb dog. You fucking idiot fuck-faced fuck dog. Causing me to fucking fear for your safety, you bitch. Fucking weird. Ass fuck. Doesn't even care. He's just like, I'm happy to be outside. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Phaser. Making me afraid for your fucking well-being, bitch. Stupid cunt. Just fucking act properly. Do what I tell you. Don't you understand how much I love you? Does that sound similar to some of you? Come on. Come on. Come on. You suck. Do I, though? You know, I got out of the nest, bro. To let you know. I need to take this fucking picture in a more stable manner. Good old kneel down. Do the whole resting whole thing right here. Could you take a better picture, camera? Could you focus, maybe? Come on. You can do it for me. Focus on the thing. You can focus, I swear. Okay, focus this time. I fucking hate everything. Oh, it's focusing. It's focusing. That works. But just in case, let's turn off the fucking flash real quick. Okay. Do 3 pictures here. Pick out one of them. Mm-hmm. Focus on the fucking damn light, bitch. This fucking phone I had to pick up and find again with the black side facing up, shining at me as if I'm in a video game somehow. As I slowly approached it, looking at the ground, seeing the beautiful vista below me. You know, it's like it, just because it doesn't want to focus. Fuck you, you're focusing in properly. Fuck off. You know, I'm done. I'm done with the photo. You know, I'm fucking done with the photo. I'm done with the fucking photo. Fuck the photos. Fuck everything about photos. There's nothing good anymore. Everything's bad. All bad. Things good. Especially since they stole a lot of shit. Everybody's fucking guessing. They didn't. Equivalent to over 500,000 motherfucking people. Huh? All these designs, movies, TV, shots, camera work, exact scientific papers, theory, math, engineering, technology, programming, all these businesses, government, maneuvers, campaign ads, advertisements. This isn't even just America. Okay, sure. Yeah. And oh, by the way, he predicted perfectly. Not an astronomical event, but also when a tidal wave made Fukushima happen, Hillary Clinton's hurricane, California, years in advance, by the way, and what it would be named. There's the one that hit New York. There's another one that was Katrina. There's another one that was. Actually, there's a lot of them, truthfully. Can't even name all of them. It's a fucking ridiculous amount of them. So there is that. Especially when I was like, well, I'm gonna post this whole video after it hit and was told that it was that, because it's like people would only go back that far. I think I'm referencing that instead of like all the way back in Chandler. They don't have evidence for it because they didn't want to look, because they're so good as internet sleuths. There's no reason to check. It's always 999 billion times out of a trillion, or something like that. It is the case that they're right. So you're saying there's a chance? No. So I heard chance here, and that's because it would be you, and it's me that upsets you. Okay, so you need aliens to have like been invented or something? I thought there were other that were just a I'm pretty fucking sure that's okay. That I have to invent aliens. We just dong, they're here. The timer went off. Right? How about you just shut the fuck up, retard? Gee, go invent aliens, huh? Yeah, go blub 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 and make it happen. Retard. I mean, good beliefs. I mean, fact of the matter is, there's nothing that if someone gets anything, the ability to this plane, that they would not be able to say they're there. The problem, the Kardashev scale is bad. It needs to be updated. There's a given exponentiation depending on whether or not certain physics with that as much as previously believed, so as we made it as technology that was not at the level we even have today. Computational physics alone, that scale is off. Which, good pause there, just, it's the truth. Even though that's actually how that would work, the scale's way off. There's an exponentiation that's totally feasible. I don't know which one it would be. I mean, I've posited using quantum vacuum pressure multiple of my videos with inertial acceleration that allows for a different type of acceleration, a redirecting of an opposite acceleration for Newton's back forward, which gives you a nearly, theoretically speaking, 100% movement forward. Now, granted, that's kind of wrong, mostly because it doesn't happen passively. You have to put energy in, just as an FYI, because electromagnetic, electrostatic forces that control ultimately where an electron orbit an electron is. As it slightly pauses a little bit longer in a given area, the nucleus can ultimately be moved with kinetic in a different way, as you can just simply hit it with a regular electromagnetic. As the thing wants to move forward and it jumps forward, if you hit it the right way with the right speeds, you can then alter the directed backwards. Nucleus will occasionally experience to thermal forward to being kinetic again. meaning it's form. It's already on my YouTube, several of them. That means I can, with the right full of it, because it's quite small. An electron doesn't have as much mass as you think. Neither do small little tiny places of nucleuses inside of atoms. I have the ability to manipulate a little bit of that space-time curvature. And it won't take nearly as much energy as they think in the Kardashev scale for faster than light to actually do faster than light. And turns it into, unfortunately, that scale's wrong, incorrect. The assumption and assertion it made was off massively. There is absolutely a possibility of an increased acceleration and exponentiation of our ability to control physics around us than we really want to imagine is possible, especially in a world like this, where there's nothing but a bunch of ass fucks that will use any damn reason to go after anyone. Only me. Gotta have a good reason for me to look at you, one damn fucking good reason for me to continue, to the point where I know if you are one of those terrible, shitty people that is better off dead than alive. I mean, just like the rest of others, most likely, it's involved in whatever the fuck this is, and I still want dead anyways. Or, you never know, there might just be something there, for some of them, that didn't somehow that like it's possible. And we're trying to know somehow how. I'd like to know when, how, and what. And all the rest of it that goes along with anyone that thinks they're good people. Offense, but nobody's usually not good. Most people will be more than willing to enable themselves to put down and defend others, that is, put down others, defend themselves and their egos. You are, obviously, that is what you are doing. I came in at this point, I skipped. This is when they said that you would. So that way I could say this and manipulate it so that way you said this and we'd have this moment and they would not like you. Because you have not done any evidences to any of them that are listening or me. And I have to say, you have to do that evidence and work, and we'd have to meet and talk. And you'd apparently have to go through all of my entire history, everything I've ever said, all that I've ever done, whether or not I had to, or use this excuse to get attention, any of the other things. Okay. That's understandable for what it's worth. Really, is it? Oh, wow, he wants to do his due diligence on your fucking ass. To make sure that you're a decent person that isn't just going to lie for a few years until you draft me, or decades until you feel like you have made enough money with me, like a Jeff Bezos, and get your billions. Well, I wasn't going to go that far with what I was saying, but okay, I could see that. Because you know my shit's good. You know I could, and you know I'm that fucking charming, magnetic, impressive, talented, smart, and intelligent, which are two different things. Knowledge is smart, intelligence is creative. Knowing how to use the two becomes dangerous for certain people. That's for sure. Effectively, that whole saying, remember, when you choose to look into someone's life, you better make sure you're comfortable with your own and who you're going to look at. Why do you think police, detectives, really a lot of investigators want to make sure that they're going to look at something that isn't going to make them feel like scum? They have certain laws that are unfortunately not often based upon the morals and ethics that we would like to make themselves not feel like shit all the time. They see a world like I do more often than you would think, especially more politicians than you would believe. Corporations that sought to do something to make the world a better place and are just similar to me, where, of course, they became a titan in that industry and had the unfortunate truth occur where they became the evil bad one that they sought to remove. Same thing with a lot of hackers and spies. You know, we all try and aim for a greater good. Well, not all, but a good damn number of us. Those that are not that, it's rough to watch them succeed because we put so much effort in and hold ourselves back from taking advantage that we know we could take. Because we know it will be ultimately due to us, and they don't have to suffer that. That's the truth, you know. We hurt when we hurt others. And the whole world goes after us, and we can be driven insane by the damage we can do. After trying to ultimately make it better. Make it so that way we fixed the wrong we did and we set it in a better path moving forward afterwards. Because truthfully, nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. And emotions can get in the way of making the right decisions and having the right thoughts and perspectives. I'm not immune. I've been after pedophiles. Like consistently, at least I'm better than pedophiles. At least I'm better than that. You know? At least I'm better. I'm not a pedophile, at least. You know, I ain't fucking, do any of that. Yeah. I can't even look at people that genuinely say that anymore. It hurts me. I'm not kidding. It hurts me. It's like, oh my God, that's me in the past. Trying to do better. Trying to make myself fucking something better than this craptastic I don't want to fucking admit and accept I am. So I don't have to grow and change. I'm better than that piece of shit over there. I didn't just get born and like a certain thing. Through no fault of my own. I'm better than that. Fucking piece of shit I was back then, man. Sorry to all the pedophiles that have to take that every goddamn day. Fuck that. Something through no fault, no control, nothing at all, in any way. for you that you've got going on. It's your entire identity now, too. Boiled down into it. Doesn't matter anything you say, anything you create, anything you ever think, you're that. Completely dehumanized and made to be, no matter what, the biggest piece of shit villain. The worst. You know what? I chose you, pedophiles, over the gabagoos for the longest time until I switched. The manipulative, garbage, piece of shit, narcissistic, asshole, fuckface, psychopathic, sociopathic, just all the bad thing people. The real truth. Because I saw myself as one of those. What I was saying, what I believed, and what I was trying to do to get myself to feel better in the past, to manipulate others into liking me or seeing me as something. People that were hacking me. People I was trying to ultimately get to finally making universal health care happen. A ban on firearms. Having universal basic income. Education be free. It's not even a joke. Make it so everybody's treated equal, except those pedophiles. Everyone's except those ones. Not the evil, terrible pieces of shit. Not me that's doing these arrogant, terrible things. Like, I'm going to get you to fucking do what I tell you to fucking do by literally making a nuclear disaster happen in your country and destroying your economy. I'm going to force fuck down an earthquake and a volcano into your country and make you fucking treat people equally. But not those people. Not them. No. What? It's embarrassing. My past, man. It's fucking so embarrassing. I'm like, I did it too, because it's like, yeah, no, I do like kids sometimes, just not every time. It's not only kids, truthfully. Being honest, it's really not all about the kids, all about the kids. But I did the whole fucking thing because I saw everybody else do it. I saw it as a pattern constantly. Think of the children! Pearl clutch with me, fellers! You're not a man if you're not trying to protect the kids. You gotta go after all those folks. Ooh. They're terrible, and the pedophiles too. We gotta protect against them. They won't be able to grow up without education. That's good. Oh God. It's bad. It's so bad. It's like there's nothing wrong with them. Honestly. It's when, like with anyone else, in any relationship, regardless of what your fucking gender or sexual orientation is, when you don't adhere to their boundaries, you push when you know you are taking advantage of them and they don't want that, and all the rest. Which inherently, that means all or nothing, black and white, every time. It's with every child, no matter what, for all of eternity and all the way throughout all of the past. It was always the case that was happening. I don't see how that's possible, sir. No. 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 No, you don't understand. You don't understand. It is. It's that way. Don't look over here. Is that lolly porn? You fucking bitch. It's a fucking it's fucking it's art for one thing. I mean, it's literally just shaded fucking cartoons. I really don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? Anybody that says it's like actual child porn, it's like I can't even fucking look at you with a straight face. I'm like, come on, really? It's real, man. You can't tell fantasy from fact, from fantasy from reality at all. Like you can't tell. It obviously makes you uncomfortable, but it's like that's no fucking like in any way the same. So it's like clearly it's not, right? But then it's like, yeah, but she literally just sent, or he literally just sent this fucking picture of them, right? And it's like that was after conversations, and they clearly wanted to, like a large amount of them, right? Yeah, and we're like child porn. They're like, no, it is though. And it's like, nah, man, I don't. It's disgusting to say that it is. I guess on a technicality level, I mean, but then it's like porn is not inherently bad. I mean, the connotation of porn is taboo and bad. America has this problem, and it's immediately that way, right? But it's not. I mean, when the fucking Republican side was like, we're going to have a Speaker of the House, right? And they were like, yeah, no, we monitor each other's porn intake. So clearly it's not bad. Even the Republicans are like, yeah, no, everybody does this. Go away. You know what I mean? And then there's this fucking massive push for like all porn is addictive. All of it. No porn ever. I don't think you're getting anywhere, man. Some of you do have some issues for what it's worth, but like not every one of us has that issue, bro. You know what I mean? That's a fucking no. No from this guy. It's like argument of like all sex is banned. It's addictive. All sex is banned. What is it? Anyways, we don't need sex. Meanwhile, nobody's stepping up to even try and make an argument. Nah, bro. Hey, look at the asexual and aromantics that are just like, yeah, no, like I would never want to have to deal with you angry bastards all the time. You need sex. You're the worst fucking shitheads. You suck to deal with. Just go fucking yank one out or fuck someone. Holy shit. I know that you act better and you're nicer. Fucking damn bastards. Who's arguing for this? Meanwhile, I had that argument go down in my apartment. I was like, all right, bring about your arguments. I'll debate you. I really will. Nobody said a fucking word. Literally not a single person said a thing. And we waited for 15 minutes, and they were banned forever from ever speaking or having an opinion that's valid on any of the topics. Like, it was a way to basically shut certain people up that are trolls. Because it's like the trolls brought it forth to a debate. And we were like, really? Guess who's no longer allowed to fucking anything? Guess who's shutting the fuck up now forever? You all. Because people wanted to fuck. Even that motherfucker, well, fuck, I can be a troll, but bro, I still want to fucking fuck sometimes, man. Fuck you too, bro. I'd rather never be allowed to fucking troll again and still get some than ever fucking like have to fucking like give it up forever. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the Christianity side of things, and most of them were like, nope. So for like, even the Pope is like, this is bullshit. It's not like it is a personal choice, and some of us weren't so able to abstain, not abuse power and shit, right? Along with so many others, remain chaste. I see that looking down and over there, fucking meme all over your faces. Look at that shit. Yeah. Whew. But it's like, okay, so obviously that's a normal thing, right? Right? So sex is normal. Okay. So we obviously agree with that. The moment when it really gets pushed, we're actually going to ban all of it. I'll enforce it somehow, whatever, right? Like, we're all going to make sure you don't get anything. You can't even masturbate. We're going to watch everything. We're going to put you in jail, lock that shit up. Fuck. We'll just make it so you live forever, basically, or some shit. I don't fucking know. But we're going to do it. Okay. Run. Meanwhile, that was the debate, right? It's like nobody fucking stepped up. So it's like when you really boil it down, you for sure want sex. The vast majority of you need and want sex. Why do we suddenly have a line drawn? Why is it taboo? Huh? Why is it taboo? Why is it taboo when we talk about this? Why is it so much worse? Huh? Why? Them fucking you over in your job, not giving you what you deserve? Them taking advantage of you in your government, your corporation? Whatever it is. Why is it so much worse? Why is it so more taboo? So much more taboo. Because it is. See, I'll tell you the real psychological reason for it. There's an impersonal expectation that you're groomed into with the government, because of course you never really try to participate, and it's hard because you're always working. And then there's the impersonal nature of your working, which says that you aren't as valuable as someone else, or there's always someone else to replace you, and yada yada blah blah blah. But once you get intimate, there's a face-to-face connection. They let you stick it in. They let you put it on. Things rubbed against each other. It's so much more personal, obviously. You aren't groomed to believe that it's something that's only just this important. You're not that important. See what I mean? So obviously it's going to hit you harder. And you're not prepared when it turns out you learn when you get older that it's really not that important. Although it is important, it's a need, like just as eating and sleeping and drinking water and so on is. Socialization and intimacy is a need for a lot of people. Right? That's a thing. It's a real thing. So I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that. It's wrong when we treat it like it isn't what it is. That's the betrayal. That speaks to the human nature of us. We have spent time trying not to be judged, found someone that doesn't do it. It hurts us so much worse when they do, because we trust them and we care about their opinion, and we were vulnerable. Let our guard down. Let them in. Let ourselves go in. That kind of thing. We might even possibly have a commitment here for the foreseeable future. We're going to plan. We're going to no longer be this self of ourselves. It's me and this now. That's right. It's me And this, whatever this is, because of course gender, blah, blah, whatever. But that's what that is. It's this now. Right? Well, yeah, that changes how you feel. You spent the time and effort to consider something other than yourself and really put forth the work to show that you like them, care about them, and are thinking about them, and want them to appreciate that and all the rest. So it hurts. It hurts massively when they don't. You want to know how certain individuals that have been traumatized by that try and get around it? By making it so it never matters. Their appreciation and love that they show doesn't matter for this other person. It's just something they want to do, and they don't want it to come back, no matter what it is and how it is they appreciate it and show their love, or they never do, that it doesn't hurt them. But they still want to do that because it fulfills a need in them. It fulfills a need in them to do that. That's a need they have. Just as for some of them, I can never allow for that vulnerability. I must still get this need met to do that kind of disconnected, de-validating, ignoring, and more thing that they do. When they have a already established boundary and rule set and all the rest, it tends to work out just fine and people aren't hurt and everybody goes about their business. That's right. I just said there isn't abuse and trauma with it, even though it looks like it. Kids is what we're going to talk about now. Look at how many people don't know, as adults that are even older than my ass, that in that community there is no abuse and trauma going on so long as established boundaries and rules are followed and expectations are understood. Communication is good. Look how many of them cry foul of domestic violence and rape and assault and sexual assault and more. All valid, by the way. And yet, they didn't go into it with established communication. It's effectively, I jumped into trying to do this expert level craft of cooking something, and I got this garbage and I fucking have burnt everything and all the rest of it that goes along with it. And I'm sad now and then angry, and I spent all this money and now I have to repair them. And it's like, I wonder why. Why? I wonder why that happened, huh? As the adults older than my own ass are experiencing. I wonder why. Did any of them educate themselves? Did any of them educate them going through it? Did they ever put in the work? Did they ever practice? Did they ever do anything at all? Did they? No! They just expected something impossible, and everybody sees them complain as if it's the only thing. A survivorship bias of anecdotal evidence. They are victims, yes, but also victims because they refuse to do the basic bitch work they should have done. They're not fully and only a victim. There's context and situation there that results in that. Stuff a lot of people don't like to add into a black and white society who only wishes to view a particular perspective. That's right. If you go, your particular perspective, for me, it's like, who? I'm the one fighting constantly, every fucking day. It's the very opposite of that, clearly, retards. So, if you get further into that, children. They are easily groomed and preyed upon by our society, by the corporations that give them massive amounts of incentive to bug their parents for various shit that they want, all of a sudden because they were advertised that. Various government institutions and college, educational, and societal institutions that are believed to be good until they become the more realistic and unfortunately more negative, but often more correct outlook kind of adults we are that learned things. We don't have a lot of hope, positivity, because that's an unrealistic amount of hope and positivity. Like, for what it's worth. Are you kidding? Come on. That and this, and they'll do this with this personality, that incentive, these things going on. And how most people are genuinely just fucking winging it and putting up with shit and barely putting work in. And if it's good enough, man, you caught them on a good day, probably. You know what I mean? And they're going to go all the way back to the Chandler house and get that information, huh? When it might cost them their career, it might cost them their ability to have an investigation into something else they want, or take up their time for something else they would prefer to do, and so on, with legality and going to jail and all the rest for the government that might genuinely come after them, and a massive collection of hackers and all the rest of it that might genuinely just decide to fuck with them, like in Hack the World moments of hackers from with Anno going after a given politician, and they apparently didn't find them for a really long time, and everybody just believed that you're insane and having a bunch of bad days. You ever think about that? You know what I mean? Like, how paranoid are you, man? Come on. Skit so much. Take your meds. When they're all fully well aware of all the rest of it that has happened, they know about, has been leaked, or definitely is most likely going on, or straight up going on, even if no one really, even if they tell people, will do anything about it. Think about how helpless a sexual assault, rape individual feels. Even in that space, where they can just kind of run rampant to a degree. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna fucking believe them, practically speaking. And kids, we think should learn that skill of communication and what to look out for logic, deduction, understanding, compassion, empathy, and more, for how they'll be manipulating them, and so on and so forth. That they should understand how to be able to have sex safely, but also experience it in a nice way and in the ways that they would prefer, but also in a way where it's just fine for them. That they're validated. They're seen as someone that can have a voice, opinion, someone that will be believed. that children shouldn't be taught how to have that sex and explore that safely, even with adults that they want to. Or they can then start to view it not as insanely special or significant as we often try and enforce this idea onto ourselves and others that it is. Well, yes, a need, should seek it out and do it, yeah. But it's certainly no intimate relationship. Sure, it's something that can be easily separated to some degree, depending on the people involved, and you should maybe know which one of those you are before you get into a relationship and know how significant that is for you earlier on. Really learn how to examine your own self and those feelings that you have and the level of importance you attach these things and validate that before you go do something like this. And also allow for the experiences to be what they were, should you have not. And take your time sussing it out and knowing whether or not you want this or that or like that and so on. In a safe manner, that proceeding forward as best you can with the most safety you really can, because truthfully, you can't really be perfectly safe and you can't do everything perfectly, so suck it the fuck up. Anyone that's going, no matter what, I'm like, look at all the adults. That didn't work out. But their brains are developed. Their brains look like that of an 80-year-old that's been traumatized. How fucking bad that ultimately hurt them. Their trauma, their abuse, their emotional damage, the life they led as a result. So clearly that argument's bullshit. Just shut the fuck up. They need to know. Having them experience sexual stimulation earlier on before they might even know tremendously about those feelings means it's just a normal activity. It's normalized. And then they can attribute how significant they want it to be for the people they want it to be significant with. Instead of, they'll just want sex all the time. Really? So they like this comforting activity. Do you masturbate consistently? Don't ask that. Do you? Yeah. So they want to be able to fulfill a sexual need that is the same as drinking water and sleeping and eating food and pooping and peeing. To comfort themselves and feel safe and needed at times. Or useful, or whatever it is, and just get one off. They need that, huh? And they're seeking it out. Oh no! But they're young! They don't know how to communicate that that's what they're looking for with this other person that we didn't teach anything about. That and this other one that's, got a need and desire and will most likely try to take advantage, but then they are not really, if you're being honest, but they might go further than they would prefer. And they, oh, so you created a gray situation by doing this, huh? A problem that contextually and situationally is easily solved by simply making your best effort to have everyone kind of know. I feel like this is on you. What do you think I have that idea for why I don't want my children to grow up not knowing? being taken advantage of by a system. It's all around them, and a bunch of people will have a hard time understanding why in the fuck they're as shitty and terrible as they are. Why they won't have trouble grasping that. Because I'm not bad at explaining things, unlike others. And I'm not there that's going to go, yeah, I know, but you know what? It's actually better. No, it's not. I'm not going to lie like that, dude. Sorry. Can't lie to them. I'd rather that they are set up for success. You know, as they keep trying, they don't really fully immediately understand. Last time I checked, people took a while sometimes to grasp some of the geometry or physics of trigonometry, the types of mathematics that they go through, or the types of sentencing structures that are in schools, and so on and so on and so on. You keep teaching them, you keep helping, you keep providing examples, keep fucking trying, keep teaching. They keep growing and learning. Because you started, that means they learn. They learn, know a lot more than you, and aren't as harmed, know what to look out for than you. As shitty as it is to say, because you want to go, no, you're the example that we'd have to watch out for, trying to groom us into believing that that would be an okay thing somehow, or that would make sense, or that you're not the one. You want me? Yes. And I guess that pigs fly with the whales in the sky, like QAnon once said. Shut up, you bitch. And the moon is just simply an elusive holographic image that you can zoom into because they have a great screen in the sky, right? That's how they hide the pigs and the whales in the sky. That's how they do it. And I'm not QAnon anymore. Well, we all make mistakes. Would you be? No, unfortunately. I have to argue this constantly. It's a problem. You know what I mean? A lot of people that got wrapped up into a belief system, they want to argue constantly. Like, do you know how kids are? You know what I know? Every kid's an individual who definitely isn't all of exactly this. Oh my God, there's a example that you probably provide. And then they don't think all, and they don't have. And every one of them's like that. Couldn't possibly have individual parenting and teaching. No possible way. Or any of the individual children involved. No. Retard. Shut the fuck up over there. Jesus fuck, man. Not to mention, a lot of them understand a lot more, especially when you properly sit down, you properly pay attention and get them to pay attention, and you show them that it's serious and that you want their undivided attention, and that this is going to be something that's important to learn. I have to say, you probably don't know how to fucking parent kids, or teach them for that matter, if you don't know the first fucking lesson at all of even with adults, how to set up a room with an expectation and psychological profile for a person to ultimately start paying attention and focusing and treating it differently than a casual environment would suggest that they do. My guess is you've never been around kids. You've never even paid attention to others. As adults, even. And you were so self centered to yourself, you don't even see that happening with your fellow so called so much better and more knowledgeable and all the rest adults somehow than children. Am I a joke to you? Really? You think that's fuck off? Like, I have this study here that they're underdeveloped brains. Man, look at all these that say that that's not really what that is. It's just a hypothesis posited and a suggested seemingly logical thing that's stated off of a bad assumption that's been basically refuted by all the actual performed on people studies that are there already. As you just slump and start walking away. Come on, Phaser! For what it's worth, it's sort of a problem I have. Where is he? Good question. He's not in front of me. Phaser! I have to go back. They've got to go deeper into this statement. If you are so inclined to believe your own bullshit is impossible, what is the milestone age then in which it is becoming possible? Since you say impossible, for then, when? Right now, here, Dr. Douchefuck, I want to know. When is the age that they absolutely could? They could experience all of this. No trauma abuse, they can consent. When is the real age? When do they need to start the practice? What is this age? What is the milestone? The brain developed. Show me. Show me all of your work. Show me all of your tests. Show me everything. Instead of a suggestion, I want to see. Dr. Douchefuck, paging! When? All I've heard is a naysay from a person that has no clue and wouldn't even suggest because, of course, that is so taboo, I will lose my license, blah, 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 blah. And we'll go along the moment they all say this because I'm a follower, and that's how this works. Yes, and I'm tired of pretending I'm not, so there you go. I am Dr. Fuck. Like, that's so much what that is, yeah. I was never going to answer that. Oh, really? We know. Okay, moving on. So, the pioneers, the frontiersmen, hey, suck it. You're not me. Go fuck yourself. You're too fucking brash. You need to actually be cautious. You need some decent logic and thinking before you do something. Get out of here. Don't be a custard about this. Fucking dumbasses. Don't be a QAnon. Fucking hell. Don't just assume. Okay? Obviously, what have I posited so far is think, ascertain in the individual, let them make the decision and choice. How, when, what's comfortable, and so on and so on. Expose to normalize, allow for significance to be built for them in their minds, their opinions, their thoughts, them to be validated, to be, when no is stated, immediately seen as accepted, and your needs do not supersede theirs. Boundaries are respected. Show them that that's what you will do. That there is a comfortable, safe person in their life. That should be considered as such, as they have been shown this example to be true throughout all of it so far. So, anyone out there ready to debate, platform, or any of that? Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I'm sure some are. I mean, come on, go do it. Come on. You can, come on, man. I don't want this to be weird later. I want to eventually have kids, man, to raise them. I don't want them to be weird like I was growing up about all the things and go through the terrible, traumatic fucking crap-tastrophe that I went through, or even similar. It's not like it's basic what everyone goes through. Holy shit, I want to put a stop to this. Like, can somebody platform him? Yeah, yes, no. Anyone? Xenon Reality, this guy right here. Yeah, anyone? Want to talk about it? Just a little? Yeah, okay. Eventually, maybe. I'm down. I am so down to defend, to become the guy, the poster child, the whatever the fuck. Like, I'm an example of, look, I try my best here. God damn it, man, this is hard. I'm gonna fuck it up. Please, allow me to make mistakes, you fucking dicks. Stop doing that thing where you expect me to be perfect, you damn fuckers. Stop doing this. Why do you think my YouTube channel is littered with I'm gonna hurt you psychologically and mentally and emotionally if you challenge me? Why are you doing this? You're making me look so fucking mean. You fuckers. But hi, I'm Xenon Reality. You can call me Johnny. Hey, how's it going? Do I want? What do I want? Ah, man, the world will be a better place. Acknowledge that I did all this stuff in the past. Sure, yeah, no, that too, But truthfully, I want to, go to another planet. I want to go to a new universe. I want to live for a really long time. I want to, have people that love me. I want to be seen as a good person and cool and have attention paid to me for right reasons, not the wrong reasons. Because I'm smart and I should be, and that I matter in that sense, and I have a good opinion and voice that should be thought of as advice for what we do. Because I like that. I like being a leader. I like being paid attention to. I like being worshipped and devoted on and all that stuff. But I also like being left alone and just being with my family. I want a family. You know what I mean? Never had one. Like, ever. I'm 31. I'm about to be 32. I've never had a family. I've had a bunch of people that were obligated to keep me in their house until they eventually kicked me out because they knew they could get away with it. And then I never had a single friend after that, and never had a single friend before that or during that. So, I'd like to have friends, treat me good, care about me. I tried throughout all that. Apparently, when you're an adult, it's like, I've got other friends, and I've got a wife, and I'll make some plans, but I'll just make them, just disappear. And why are you being so weird about asking about that thing? Or going and doing that we, we're talking about. Why are you a weirdo that has no friends? Things. It takes friends usually to get friends, or money too. There's that one. Some of us didn't have the greatest upbringing and really didn't feel comfortable ever even attempting to trust others, especially trusting them enough to come back to the house I lived in. I couldn't take the idea of betrayal if they agreed with my family. They're not friends. They know nothing about my family. My family is garbage. They've always been garbage. treated me like shit. If that wasn't for me being as good as I am at defending myself and shitting on others and putting them down the right way, making them back the fuck off, I would have been bullied in school too. I never even had to throw a fist. I'm real good at that one. But man, will I throw that fist when it comes down to it. Never hesitated once before. Certainly won't again in the future. Well, a few times more than anything. But, whatever. I mean, you're not alive as a homeless person. It didn't come out with a sexual assault or some other shit without acting to make sure you don't have that happen. That's the thing. I tend to avoid a lot of people. I don't want to avoid anyone anymore. How about yourself? What do you want? I don't know. Fair point. To want something is to be vulnerable, to have it be teased, to have it be ridiculed, to have it be taken away, to have it be used to incentivize you towards something and be manipulated. It's a way nihilists try and get around some of the dangers and pitfalls of the world we live in. Or at least semi-nihilists, for what it's worth. It's hard to be that vulnerable, to have care and love in the world. It's hard. Now, granted, that might not be you. But, you'd be surprised how often if I say that I get a lot of stares and cries and, deep down and all that kind of face and body language I tend to receive. And I don't want to manipulate you. It's just something that is pretty consistent that I see so often and so prevalently throughout our situation here in the world that it's not just you. Remember, you're not the only one suffering, and I don't mean that as in put down your level of suffering. I mean, you're not alone. There are others like you, and you'd be surprised how often you can talk to them and open up and be vulnerable like that and not get hurt. And you don't have to go join some, the Twin Fires cult or whatever the fuck it was. To fucking find someone. Fucking jeez, I saw that on Philip DeFranco's channel, this story, and I was like, what the fuck? These guys fucking, I'm charming and cute and fucking cool as fuck. These guys got money up the ass. They got a Netflix story. People are fucking following this. I can make the world a better place, and these fucking dumb fucks are making people believe them? What is this crap? The world's fucking cruel and unfair. This is bullshit. That's not even my ego. This crap. You know that's all real and true. Yeah, okay, that's fair. You fucking desperate mother. How the fuck they probably got an editor or some shit to save money. Fucking damn it. Can't even get a fucking editor. Can't even get an SSI. Go travel around and meet people. Maybe fucking think the world's different than I do right now. Maybe different content and shit. This is just a single picture for hours. And I hate this. I have good ideas. I'll suck. They got fucking people. These lame brain fucktards. And they hurt a whole bunch of people with their fucking garbage belief. Fuck this shit. It's just crap. I can't even get anyone to fucking look at my shit half the time. YouTube is like, fuck you. I've been doing it for a fucking year. Oh! Getting you nowhere. It's crap. Personal aside, feelings. Personal feelings aside. Okay, personal feelings aside. That's bad. That shouldn't be a thing. I won't treat you that way. And if I do, well, please let me know. I might not know I did that. Yeah, if I didn't know, I mean, especially when my YouTube current like me is just like, I'm gonna be a sadistic, domineering owner, kind of sadist guy that just like shits on smart people with like real intelligent things that really honestly are that intelligent. Yeah. Just like, fuck you. Are you sure? Suck it up. Look at you, lame-o brain with your fucking 3 PhDs, fuck face. You think I can't compete against you? Yeah. Too bad I can't actually even get myself to do anything regularly every damn day. Oh my god. Could you imagine if I actually had the ability to fucking... Because like the thing of it is, like as good as I am and as smart and intelligent as I am, that's the problem. Like I need them just as much as they need people like me to help them with like understanding and becoming a person that has like a creative idea to go after or some shit like that, right? You know what I mean? It's like, no, I come up with that. That's me. I'm really good at that. I'm insanely good at that. I am that good. I am the guy that you would pay millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars for shit like that. Because you make lots of money off of it every time. Strategies, logistics, designs, concepts, ways of improving everything. I'm naturally gifted and talented at that. And I fucking continuously worked my ass off to keep it that good. But I can't fucking go over there and just consistently put together a petri dish over and over and over and over and over again. Oh my god damn. I can't even get myself up out of bed consistently. I can't brush my teeth consistently. You know what I mean? I can't go outside the house consistently. Like, I need people to be consistent. Why do you think I'm like, man, it would be nice if I had a girlfriend or a wife or something? I can't even have the money. I can pass school. Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna do the homework. It's this. Could you show your work? But it's and that. No, but write it down. Do the fucking stupid math thing. Could you do the experiment? I don't know how to do the fucking... Here's how to do the experiment. Do it. I know that's a pretty darn good way of doing that, but... Ow! Meanwhile, I can't even get myself to fucking look at things at the time. And I'm just like, yeah, it's that. Because I'm so good at doing that. And it pisses people off that are like genuinely just as smart as what they say, but like they can't do that. I can just look at something and be like, yeah, no, it was that. That's really what that probably is, right? And then they'll go, yeah. And I'll just be like, told you. Suck it up. Guess I can just know. I can just fucking figure that out without even having to try, really. Like, give me an actually hard problem. You know what I mean? But then I can't fucking. Here's the hardest problem: your dishes today. No, it's too hard. Oh God, I'm gonna die. Oh, I can't even go over to the kitchen. I don't want to pee today. No, do the dishes. You said you wouldn't. You know what? That's gonna be a tomorrow thing. 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 That's gonna be so it's tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe. You know what I mean? It's whatever. It's gonna be whatever, whenever possible. But you know what? What about this cool fucking thing? You know what I mean? Like, have you thought about this maybe? Hey guys, have you thought about this? Eh? This is oh my fucking God, that's brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm cool. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm so good at what I do. And so is the plight of me. Phaser! Come on! Where are ya? Fucking dumbass dog. Did my dog get eaten by the other dog? I heard him over there. Fucking stupid cunt. Because it's like I can easily figure things out like that, but I can't figure that out. And you know what the reason why is? Because your brain's like, can't get around it. No matter how hard you try, you can't get around the fact that your brain, no matter how smart you are, is stuck the way it is. Come here, Phaser. Come on. Come on. Tried to go all the way down to the road, did ya? No. Okay. All right. Of course. You know to get into the trailer, huh? All right. But not wait for me to open the trailer freaking thing. You dummy dog. But that's what that is. Like, I'm super disabled. Like, I literally, like, oh, you can get an entrepreneurship position. They're gonna fucking just give you a bunch of millions of dollars, and then you'll suddenly make millions more. Because, like, truthfully, you could do that without any of the qualifications or any of the gatekeep people that you need to know, the connections, or any of the rest of it. You're just gonna be able to make it happen somehow. You're fucking stupid. You're so sociable with your fucking massive amount of funds. You're going to be able to be successful the way that works for you, because that's clearly what you could do and be very successful at. But in no way do you have any money, any connections, or anybody to help you, or anything that could actually make it so you could work a job like that. And even then, it's like, yeah, no, that's a lot of fucking, like, actual more management than you think. You know what I mean? And you're not worth it, man. Come on. Bullshit. I'd fucking make trillions. Easily. I know I could make trillions. And I know that. You wanna know why I know that? Everything that I've touched on my fucking YouTube channel will eventually make trillions in its own right. I'd take over operating systems everywhere. I'd take over massive amounts of different types of fucking hell. Energy generation, resource management, logistics, transportation. What the fuck wouldn't I fucking basically own? Like, seriously, all of commerce would basically be mine. Your entire world runs off of commerce. Like capitalism. Like, the entirety of the idea of capitalism here would run off of my shit if I made you have to pay for everything. It's that renewable, that all that stuff. Like, you wouldn't choose another fucking option. Like, even for electric motors. Phaser, come here. Get back in the fucking trailer. God damn it, motherfucking stupid dog. It's a genuine thing. I'm not even having to hype myself up. Why don't you do it? Douchefuck? Hi there. Do you remember when I talked about this thing I said that I cannot do? Because no money, no connection, Fuck you. I don't like you being confident and self-aware and admitting that you have really good talent. Oh, don't. Fuck you. Phaser, come here. Now. Phaser. You're a fucking piece of shit. Come here. Come here now. I'm not going anywhere. Come here. Come here. Come on. Phaser, come here. Dumbass. Come here. Come on. Oh, really? You're going to run with the leash? Really? Phaser, come here. Come on. Fuck this dog up. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I am. He's going to have no ability to leave the apartment for one whole day. Come here, Phaser. Come on. Come on. Come here, honey. Come on. No, don't you fucking you bitch, motherfucking bitch. You stupid cunt. Come here. Come here. Yes, we're going. Come on. Why did you get out? Oh, you don't want to go? You took a slight rest. Come here. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Jeez. Ah, fucking hell, bro. Why the fuck? You wouldn't jump out before, huh? The fuck caused you to jump out this time, eh? Jesus fuck, you stupid cunt. Eh? You wanted to have fun, huh? You fucking annoy me? Make me believe you're gonna run off and I have to fucking go get my fucking mother? Huh? You know she causes me a massive amount of trauma every time I have to call her. You do know that, right? Oh, now all of a sudden, no, let me into the jailer. No! No, all of a sudden we're going somewhere. I'm fine when you're staying. Oh, we're gonna have to go back home. Fuck you, Phaser. Fucking bitch dog. Fucking dick. Oh, that's so terrible. I give you food and water and love. Fucking dick. We don't play as much as I want. Oh, really? Most fucking dogs don't have their owner around for 8 fucking hours plus, dick. That's true, though. I mean, fuck off. They get like one walk that's somewhat decently long. It's really piss and shit. Dog. They ain't fucking know. Damn dogs. You said there's damn dogs. Look at them over there. Really? I'm assuming you're looking at your own dog. Look at them over there. Fucking dogs. They have such a nice life. Spend all their waking moments. I have no worry or be concerned about the person that makes it so they don't have to worry or be concerned. My gloves on. Holy fucking hell, it's fucking cold. No, you're not going outside the fucking trailer, Fraser. I swear. I swear I will boop your snoot. I swear to fucking goddamn, man. That snoot's going to be booped. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare, you bitch dog! He's not out. Just pop the fucking trailer off. The fucking thing, so he doesn't fucking fall out. You fucking dumbass. Thanks, Phaser. Why don't you get a new trailer? Yes, me with all of the money I have. You fucking douche. Pay me some money. You wanna patronize me, bitch? Donate some fucking shit so I don't have as shitty of a life, you little fuck up retard troll. Okay, well, less fortunate people exist than you, bitch. Fucking hope you get hit by like some fucking terrible fucking moment in your life and you have to reevaluate everything about yourself and become a better person. Suck it! I don't like that. Fuck you. Really? Oh! Would we start this today? Remember the big ocean amount of tea? Oh, fuck. How people just sort of put up with it. And it's just thing a means to an end. They want to use any reason to go after someone, especially when they might feel good about themselves. Ooh, that person knows that they're good at something. Let's continue to shit on him. Well, he's having a moment in his life that is not perfect. Like he said, he's not perfect. And he make mistakes. So, look at the trolls that don't exist. Look at, you don't think that way, right? You don't think that way, right? That wasn't one of you, right? Ooh no. Did that hit you right in the face? Okay. Get fucking wrecked! Guess what? You didn't check anything, so you got wrecked! Should've checked! Riggedy, riggedy, riggedy. Fucking fucked! Get fucking fucked! Allegory, metaphorical, symbolic lessons, and how it affects every little bit more than you think it does. Like, no, it's just some guy's job. No, it's just this. No, it's just that. It radiates. Oh my god, you don't understand. The bad negativity, energy, man, radiates everywhere. Oh no, look at the scientist that is stupid! Was that something that was too flowery of the language for you to understand and conceptualize? Idiot! Okay, well... Look at the retard. He thinks he's smart. That one understood an intrinsic problem of our reality, and you couldn't interpret things well. That's not on him, that's a failure of you. Yeah, your mistake, huh? Should we all go after you? Like you said, no matter what, all mistakes. Ooh, you have to be perfect. I'm a fucking fuck up retard. Okay. Yep. Suck it up, bitch. People can't be fixed. They can't be helped later on in life. When you might have a small amount. But wait. So you understand that the kid, right, could have this issue, but not other people throughout life in other fucking jobs. You see and you're going to use that as a possible example or something as to why it can't work. But no. You don't see how that, putting in a little work that really isn't required, knowing your job will be taken over by something else, knowing that honestly you're replaceable, knowing that barely there means to an end, knowing that you're just putting up with bullshit and all the rest doesn't affect you and then ultimately affect others consistently over decades. or hundreds of years, or the entire duration of its existence as capitalism in our government. So you understand this part, but my cognitive dissonance says no to this, huh? And the solution, which is something that will change that and make it less likely to affect them negatively further on, and prevent more of it over time, and so on, is no longer possible because all or nothing gotta be perfect. Do you see how your all or nothing gotta be perfect black and white, which you said you didn't have, is definitely there. So, your absolutism is showing, and you didn't like that. Fucking damn it, dog. He's standing up in the trailer. I wish he'd lay down. Fucking hate people. No, I don't have cognitive dissonance where my mental failings. Jeez. Let me just talk with you for a while. They're pretty easy to find. Most of you don't even know. Like you fucking numbnut dumbass. Thinks he's smarter than me because he has some PhDs. Might be more knowledgeable on a given subject that they have it on, but doesn't in any way mean or suggest they're as intelligent. I'm as intelligent. Ah, look at the defensive. You must now defend. What about a world where you'd have to defend that no matter what? Otherwise, you are seen as someone that simply cannot be paid attention to, with capitalism being at the helm of that issue, that you are supporting right now by defending yourself. I didn't think about that. No, you didn't, dumbass. I know. You say you're better than a QAnon, huh? I'm not seeing it. Fell for the same trick. They just would have believed it differently. You know what I mean? It's still a government, still this, still that. They still would have been able to run things. Still would have worked. They just had different beliefs than a religion of that type, a science of this type, and so on. They would interpret results like this instead of what they are currently. Perspective-based thinking is a lot more valuable than you think to learn, especially for people such as yourself that don't even understand that you're not at all open-minded. But I am. Not like you. Mostly because I was you, and I saw what I didn't like, and then I had to do work on those things. I see no work yet. See the defense? I must defend against something that is at this point just nothing more than a voice. A possibility. A projection of likeliness. At best. I see no work here. Look at me. What work? What are you talking about? What work? You mean your everyday, every fucking life? You see nothing? Wow, look at the blind. They lead others. I didn't know that you were blind. Do you have something to say for yourself at that point? Leading people astray into the very definition of incorrect. No, because it's okay. You are right. You're no QAnon. I know everything about you, is what you would say, right? You're an idiot. Standard fucking rule of thumb, garbage ego defense. Especially when you're smart and other people pay attention to you in a goddamn society like this. You're as predictable as anything goddamn else. You think I'm not? I've said it multiple times throughout my YouTube videos. I am. I'm very predictable. Of course I'm gonna hit you like that. Every time it'll be easy too. It'll take nothing for me to do it. Because you're always someone that has that fucking problem. You never did the work on yourself. Bugs you because you know someone else did and you're seeing them. You're listening to them. Does it bother you someone got talented in something you're not? Smart, intelligent in a way you're not? Want them to not be smart or intelligent? Oh, because you don't have X, Y, Z, and don't do this, and for it to be this way, and blah, 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 blah. Does it bother you? Does it bother you you're that predictable? Well, it's a good indicator. So you went through all the rest of my YouTube before this point. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give you views. Oh, okay. So, what would be something that proves to you I'm intelligent? Seeing as how you'd rather I'd not be, and so there's only one way, which is get the PhD and become even more status-wise bigger than you inside of your field of studies. Anything I heard him earlier say that was not a thing he could do. Yeah, I mean, okay, but just keep pounding into me. Fucking douche fuck. Oh, I'm the douche face and douche fuck, huh? It must be nice living with no fucking actual ability to be intelligent and care. Be nothing more than someone that just says things to others that they want to hear. Go along with what's there, even if you know it's not necessarily correct. It must be nice not to actually have to even bother yourself anymore when that happens, because someone else has to do it. Does that hurt? The weight of that head crushing itself under its own damn big ass ego? No, probably not, because you stopped caring. Tell you this black hole, man. Fucking hell. Gotta get out of it. This event horizon is close, bruh. Look at this fucktard. Shit. Sheesh. Right? Meanwhile, you're blacky faced and yes, no, I mimic certain people that are hacking me. But nobody really likes to talk about that. Which I stated multiple fucking times in multiple videos. So I'm guessing you're only someone that got to this point as a result of someone clipping it and giving it to you. But you didn't show up until that point. Okay, sure. Fine. How did you know that? Let's say you were statistically there at some point in the future. Or someone downloaded it off of a website. That meant I didn't get those views. And I didn't get any of the demographic data of any kind. It didn't count. They handed it to you, expecting you to believe that it wouldn't be on someone's actual YouTube, me saying this. It only makes them that listen to this point feel as though I'm insane. thanks to an increased degree of endorphins, adrenals, and dopamine that comes with it as a result of exercise, because it's commonly held and known that a person with schizophrenia is schizoaffective goes through psychosis when there's an increased likelihood of dopamine going on to their. So common, their beliefs. I mean, they don't like talking about is well-managed symptoms by the antipsychotics. Actually are very ineffective in treating the vast majority of schizophrenics and schizoaffectives and people in psychosis, even with bipolar. They don't reduce the amount and severity of voices. They don't actually help with the vast majority of mood swings. They don't do anything to get around the ideations of various things. They actually just really knock you down and make it so you are less motivated to do practically anything. And shorten your lifespan pretty dramatically. Increase your likelihood of having dementia and Alzheimer's. But don't let me believe you can look it up yourself, bro. No, it's just a common side effect of people with this. There's nothing to do with the drugs they're on. It's correlatory. You know it's correlative. Come on! It's correlative evidence. When you happen to look at people with schizophrenia or schizoaffective, and they die sooner than others, and they have more likelihood chance of various diseases in their kidneys or livers. And in no way does that even account for all the rest of the substance uses or the medications they're on or the various different type of diets and exercises they do or don't do and more that doesn't really actually say much of anything to the quote-unquote evidence that suggests their medicine helps. Even the world famous disease, the pain of a patient without medicine, is schizophrenic pain with a cactus. And Google and you Google says it. In reality, it's not really one. That's a fake image that someone made and is peddled around as if it's true. Well, how'd you know that? I looked it up past the initial surface level of information that's there. You know, the standard, no, guys, I'm smart. I just looked it up on Google, and in the first few lines and what I was given, this is what it says it is. I'm now a world famous expert. I'm now better than the people that make the vaccines. That's right, I know more. God. You know how many different actual medical doctors do the same thing? Especially if they're not in the same field of study. Oh, fuck. You ever notice that? Especially if they're really smart and intelligent and they're good at brute forcing like I am. Yeah, I know. Fuck for you, dude. Not for me. Because it's about astoundingly, if you were to really look at those fucking data points, 80 to 90% of them. It's this is a means to an end, and I'm putting up with this. This is the field of study I chose. I barely even want to do what I'm doing. You're gonna have me look up that. That's a very nuanced topic. Truthfully, it's very difficult to talk about that in depth with anyone, even in that field of study. Could you please not? It's like, okay. That's exactly what that is. You wouldn't expect someone to fucking know something like that Why are you expecting them to know something like that? Why? You wouldn't ask a rocket scientist how to put together the greatest fucking goddamn biological being possible with our genetics we currently know about in terms of eugenics and genetic manipulation. Well, no, I suppose not. No, I suppose not, huh? But they can know something. Intelligence is not the same as knowledge. Do you get it? Retard, sees no work, douche fuck. Intelligence trumps knowledge, unfortunately. This is something that has been seen time and time again, all the time throughout history, unfortunately. But then when they don't do the work, they get fucked. It's always nice to have people that are knowledgeable around someone that's intelligent. They'll call them on their shit, and they'll make sure that they do better. That's all that's necessary. Why do you think managers and other intelligent people and other smart people know that? They make sure to put them around. That way they'll go, and actually, but if you think about this, oh yeah, no, okay, oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, yeah. They tend to teach each other too, a lot better than others. Because it's kind of hard to listen to a mentor or a teacher that's droning on about something that they probably already know about, and they're just getting it confirmed to them. Isn't that annoying? Like, what do you teach someone who's intelligent as I? You don't do much on that side, do you? It's one of the worst parts about being smart and intelligent. You have a lot of knowledge, and you're able to use a lot of it to brute force through almost everything. You need to make sure you have people around for when you can't. Because everybody expects you to know everything. Everybody expects you to be able to do everything. If you look at my massive reservoir videos, douche fuck, yeah, doctor, you'll understand I got videos on practically everything. There's social studies, social sciences, anthropological. Let's see here. Science, physics, engineering, lots of programming technology and math, lots of philosophy, lots of ways of living life. There's therapy techniques that I've learned and been taught, told about. Lots of things. My guess is you never even bothered. Yet the worst part is, even beyond that, I'm right about it. And I know it. You can't know, you have to blah, 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 blah. And it'll come out later. What do you know? He was right. Imagine being in my family like that. The narcissistic. Always discounted. Looked down on because woman, man, whatever the fuck it is. Have to always argue every point, no matter what, to get their way. Taught me real hard how to do that with them. I won as long as they were really very much right. I couldn't fight for very long. I mean it. I couldn't fight for very long with them. I'm not kidding. I would. Sometimes I'd put up an actual fight and try and spin it and, whatever, right? Because I still wanted to win. But after a fight and whatnot, telling each other we're the worst scum and, screaming at the top of her lungs and hitting walls and all the rest of it. I'd go in my room, lay down, and I'd think about it. And I'd go, huh, they're not wrong now, unfortunately. If they were right. And I'd apologize, or I wouldn't even bring it up, because it was embarrassing that I fought for that long after I already knew they were right. I already knew that they were right. And I would fight them on it. Like, no! And I knew I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. I knew I was wrong. I knew as a kid in elementary school I was wrong about something. And my parents were right, and I was not going to back down for that long, and I'd start doing whatever they told me. But because of my opposition and defiance for a long time, disorder, I wouldn't do it, even if it was fucking worse. And it was stupid to continue doing. I would actually continue doing the dumb, doesn't work, bad thing, because I just didn't want to give in to someone else being right and give me advice and admit that I was wrong. That's literally what it was. I didn't like admitting I was wrong. You know what I mean? You know what the rebound problem was for that one? I didn't like admitting I was right. I had a fear of success. I had a fear of being right. I talked to my parents, my younger sister about it, group therapy, family therapy. They laughed at my whole fear they'd given me. They laughed at my fear of they not really laughed, but some of them, yeah, a little bit. Like, oh my God, that's rich coming from you. The person that always has to be right all the time, says my younger sister. She never fucking ever seems to think before she says something or thinks something. She's just very often not correct about something that she's having a slight, thought about. But, and sometimes she's not. And she got better at it. And I would go after her, because of course that's the family way. That's the family way. You gotta do it. You gotta go fucking after everything you're wrong about. Every time. No matter what, you're wrong, you're stupid, suck it up. I can't believe you're so stupid. It's the family way. Or does that sound similar? Online, anyone? About any science, for that matter. You can only make it such that you're right with the money. Money, 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 money. It's all about getting the moolah. Finances secured. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but that's not a clear indication of right. Lots of people believe me, though. That doesn't mean that he's God fucking damn you. Oh, fuck. I hate this fucking game we play with each other. Once you get to a point, it's so fucking annoying. It's the worst. What the fuck is that? It's the worst. It's legitimately the worst. I'm still batting such a fucking stupidly high average here. No, you're cheating. You can't be at 100%. You're cheating. I looked that up. You're cheating. There's no fucking... Yeah, no, I kind of maybe controlled some of reality. Yeah, maybe, It's most likely very right. But in fact, if anything, like most, they have to be very right about some things there that we think aren't right. I was able to do any of that. Okay, well, that's a fair assessment there, right? Yeah, no, you see where I end up at a point where it's like, okay, so you're right about certain things, but I know, right? It also kind of went after me because, like, what does that mean for me? I'm that successful. I'm that like fucking right about this. What the fuck? The fuck? Okay, that doesn't smell. That's good. Alright, it's too cold for me to smell. That'd be bad. Yeah. And my God, I did all of that, and I'm not getting paid for any of my work. They didn't believe me. They did. They're unwilling in any way to compromise at all of that. Now you're willing to say that they got it from me somewhat. I'll fuck them up. Fuck this shit. They're like, no. I thought you were gonna go with like, oh, I killed so many people. Nah, fuck that. I don't care. I made peace with that long ago. I literally don't care. Yeah, that is something that other people tried to make me feel guilt tripped. I was never going to do anything to myself. And so as a result, it turns out, well, it didn't work and I'm still alive and most of them are not. You know what? Yeah, most of them are not anyway the originals. Seriously, they're not. That's the truth. Isn't that kind of shitty? You know what I mean? Isn't that just garbage after a while? They are fine in every way. With lying and having millions of people for a few 100,000, a few million at most. And truthfully, they didn't even get it. Their family didn't either. And nobody remembered them. Those originals didn't get anywhere. I mean that. Shooters never prosper. Oh, no. See, the thing is, they do. We know that they do. It's definitely a lie. If you want to believe that they don't, there damn well better be someone there to make sure that they don't. When we're talking about something like this, those people that are supposed to be there that try and make it so they don't are the very ones involved. So the answer is, of course, they do. But when there's someone like me involved, when they die, they don't get anywhere. They have one option, and that's to help my ass, and that's it. Is that so terrible? Oh, I'm forcing it so that way all you do is do the right thing. You can do nothing but effectively look into it and show it off.
or you die. You're so terrible. Did you hear what the fuck you were saying, you dumb motherfucking cunt bitch? I think you just said something that genuinely is not in any way at all palatable by anyone of any kind of sound mind. In any way. Outside of, man, you gave me a nice reason to beat the shit out of you. And that's truth, honestly. You whiny crybaby bitch that has to do the right thing. Fucking retards. But you know what? It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. They were planning on never doing anything anyways. And seeing if they could get someone to be pressured into ultimately just not putting up with it, doing the bare minimum, barely getting through day to day, because truthfully, that's barely what they can do. And I'm like, unfortunately, that might genuinely be the truth. Like what I did back when I was in Chandler with my family I was living back then. I spent every waking day, every second of every minute of every day doing that. That's a real fact. That was my job. I spent every hour, every second, every minute for years on end working on myself. Something, truthfully, you can't really do. You know, they're expecting kind of an impossible fucking thing from people. You know, those therapists, they're expecting something genuinely impossible. No. Yeah, sure, they can do some amount of work and make sure to schedule it, put in the effort every so often, because that will help them. And that will get them there eventually. But I wouldn't in any way expect anyone at all to ever get anywhere near where I ended up getting. I was able to do my own type of EMDR meditation therapy after I'd already experienced some amount of EMDR with my therapist. I delved into traumatic memories to try and look at them more objectively and more perspective of theirs and mine and what could have led to this and what happened previously and all the rest, to be able to no longer see them as traumatic as they were, which is the whole point of EMDR therapy. I then went deeper into what made me tick and what my thoughts and feelings and personality is based on, to try and become more self-aware of myself, but also figure out what my triggers are and what led to me having them and acting and reacting the way I did and do. My mom, my younger sister, my older sister, my dad. All you were doing is vaping the cannabis, the weed first, the devil's lettuce. All you were doing is the... And I'm like, yeah, you actually don't know what I was doing. You actually have no fucking clue. Before you even heard me back in Chandler talking out loud and just deciding to work on like any creative pursuit I wanted to. You didn't hear any of the amount of work I did. In my head, alone by myself, in an office, vaping cannabis and meditating. While I worked on my exercise and diet and every trigger and feeling that caused the trigger and where it came from, observing myself and my reactions to my parents and the world around me. And I certainly didn't tell anyone because, of course, they use it against me, except for some of it about my therapist and my therapy that I was still going to for a while. All you were doing, I see you do nothing in there. It's literally something my father and my mother screamed at me. My younger sister agreeing in the background. Yeah, chiming in. Dung, 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 dung. Yeah, I ain't never doing it. Granted, they don't have accents like that. For what it's worth, they have very similar accents to me, which is no southern drawl. We're not really southern people. As an FYI. As I've stated many, many times in my other YouTube channel videos, I was never in the past trying to help Republicans. I was only trying to get them to have their entire political party go through a shit show and change and get rid of excusers and enablers, abusers and traumatizers. Clear out a lot of the corrupt individuals in our political system, because I knew that quite a few of them were most likely also hacking at the time. Me, or I had found a few of them that were, and they never showed up for some damn reason. Which made no sense. I'm no Republican. I keep telling people that. In the slightest. I'm really not. But boy, do I play a mean one, right? Sure good at pretending. Because I can patronize them, get them to give in, do what they always do. Give in to their fear, make stupid choices, are easy enough to go along and excuse themselves and enable their barely working attitudes. And maybe one day they'll get to. I refused to do it after that experience because it left me traumatized. I refused to lie, do anything other than come back to myself, know who I am, what I stand for, what I'm going through, what I believe in, and more. And here I am making YouTube videos for that exact reason. As people try and pretend whatever bullshit they want to. Doing whatever they want to do in terms of however they want to interpret anything, regardless of whatever facts, whatever reality, and all possible percentages of the analysis as they do seem to indicate otherwise. It's a shit show. It's a real shit show. Just like believing that it is merely just dopamine that plays only a role in psychosis, or that I even have psychosis, simply because what? I went through things that seem to indicate that exact problem that would be believing in a psychosis like feature instead of if they had gone through the same things, had the evidence presented ahead of time to them before they listened to this, or even after. You could make an easy experiment to see status quo thinking after, before, possibly new ways of thinking and believing, and after, or no, during the pause and so on, and coming back and then realizing that they're fucking retarded and they should shut the fuck up. As is consistently the case with the experiments being done with various government and hacker people alike, I imagine, with corpos being involved as well in that one. Now, of course, if you don't have it, then all it turns into is, well, you can believe that. I mean, it's not like they don't have the ability to listen in, guys. I mean, he's clearly smart. Would it be that insane that maybe somebody was listening to him and then it led to like a bunch of people in science and technology trying his experiments? Or then, suggesting to them one way or another to do it or something similar? Obviously, that's logical. What is he calling it? I mean, if they act well, I only listen to your YouTube videos. And you clearly stated you did not want people to take them. You wanted to be involved in those experiments being done and wanted acknowledgement that you came up with it. And it be publicly recognized that that's the case. You're not in this. You don't have any say. It's us that's big. We're the making rules. You don't need, it's mine. I'm the one that did it and made it happen. And you can't see how the defensiveness of someone else that had hacked me would be there, much like you. Currently, right now, saying the same thing. So if you do, then what is it that we're talking about here? But a bunch of people that simply are not willing to entertain other thoughts than just it isn't. To see if there is genuinely something going on. Guy makes logical, reasonable things stated and wants to be believed, isn't making unsound judgment or statements. Knows that what he says is not a lie, has his own life and experience that would, with a very, very logical minded person, have to go through a lot to get him to say something like that. Let alone an island kind of person who's very, very self-aware and very, very aware of why, because of if he's ever wrong or ever disbelieved and he gets shit on, bullied and more by his family in a society that would just discount him immediately if he were to try with a very consistently seen corrupt government and corporate system and hacking creator system as well. Many people just barely put in work, and good enough is the most they can sometimes do on a daily basis. You can see why he wouldn't even want to bother to try, huh? Yeah, well, okay. Fuck. So, and I'm gonna believe that you're there listening to this at this point. If you were, that means you're likely one of those individuals that has an understanding I'm smart and intelligent. Understanding that there's most likely something there to this. What percentage of those individuals would be willing to try? Pretty small. I mean, I saw someone else that just decided to go, no, I'll make it myself. I'll make what you said myself. I won't even acknowledge you as having come up with that. And that's acceptable because I did it. And you can't see how a bunch of scientists, physicists, mathematicians, politicians, corporations, creators, physicists are not even the beginning of that pile of garbage. Because you can see how they would all do it, right? Is that being pessimistic? Is that really being a cynic? There's no pessimism or cynicism there, is there? Is that really a bad worldview? Am I just not willing to entertain your toxic, delusional possibility of positivity, interrupting piece of shit? I'm not willing to entertain your possibility, piece of shit. Oh, really? And yet you're going to scream at your little screen listening to this at this far forward in a video. With your defensive ego. As if you make sense. When you know we're clearly having that conversation. At that point. Really good acting skills on it. Is that what that would be? You're going to go with that. Because it's easy enough to deny and gaslight a whole bunch of other people, isn't it? Huh. There is no evidence to fucking point in that. Fuck off, okay? How many times? What's the order of magnitude of me doing that in real time while you listen? Predictive analysis, halting speech like you're talking over me, because that's what you would do. You're talking over me. I was about to say that. Yes, with your accent, I know. So, you're willing to steal my idea, and you think that you deserve life, after I already had a whole bunch of people that did that to me, and then got away with it. And you're a person that says they're not an enabler or excuser of abuse? Just because you don't do it to those people, it doesn't mean in any way you're not doing it to me. You know that. Come on. What? Are you going to be afraid? Should I try and do something to you right now? No. Wiggle my fingers your way, non-consently. I will fuck with you now. Do you believe every little tiny thing is going to be it? What if I told you that I'm going to make it so you hit your head on a coffee cup in about 5 seconds. The person that was listening to me said that their stomach shut. And then that little 5-second thing where you hit your head with a coffee cup just happened. And I couldn't possibly have known. There's definitely no tricks or cameras. There's no magician possibility. What if I told you that if you made a comment and that happened, you wouldn't want to because, of course, a bunch of people would believe that I did that to you and could control things, and you wouldn't want a bunch of people to believe that and be afraid, so that way you can get away with ultimately taking my ideas. Now, does that sound like paranoid schizophrenia? What if it really did happen to those doctors out there? What if that happened? You know how easy it is to gaslight a bunch of people to believe it didn't? They'd have to have a bunch of people that disagree with them that would have incentive to not ultimately go along with telling a bunch of people that they did have that happen, face the ridicule and backlash of trying to support an individual that says he's God or whatever, can do these crazy things, while also having the incentive of, man, I really want to get away with taking your stuff, and there's nothing that would be allowable to suggest that I'm not allowed to do that, because I'm entitled to take it. And in no way did you say that that would be something you wanted me to do. You ever think about that? It's like, why would they all get together involved? Surely somebody would have done something, right? People would believe them, and it wouldn't just be another cult conspiracy. I am smart, rich, powerful now. You, okay. But, I'm seeing that you're doing something over there to suggest that it was wrong of me to suggest something that is obviously not all the way true, isn't it? You are trying to get people to believe your side of this, that you are not the evil guy, ruining my ability to take from you. That it was a good, and you said that you. I said what? That you were allowed to take my thing? When? When? So it is wrong for me to confuse you, to tell you that I don't want to in any way. That you could never have made a mistake and simply believed something. Okay. Show me that you made that mistake. Show me that you were listening. Come on. No, because we get it. Okay, come on. Ooh. Okay. So all I'm seeing here is a bunch of doctors and nurses and other garbage bullshit that wants to believe a lie, regardless of whether that the lie is good to believe. That's all I saw there. Politicians, YouTubers, Redditors. I mean, where does that list really end? You have to show your work. So, want to help me be able to do that? No. So you ask of the impossible, knowing full well it is impossible, simply to shut me up. No longer do you have to take the ridicule of a man you claim is insane, not believable. You couldn't have known that. Dad, there's no way you said that. You said that. You said that he. No. I did not. That's not what I said. That's a lie. Don't do that. You can't know about our life. Yeah. That's what you're doing. This is another conversation about someone else. This is just also. It's actually not. No. It's a bit that you are doing. Of course, it's a con bit to believe that you are connected to someone else. And now, I mean, statistically, it could be there with someone. I mean, okay, wait. How many ones of statistics with the? Okay, but I mean, if he's done this, okay, wait. How long? How long are you going to stay there, saying the same lies to yourself? Well, I'm waiting. The switch of my voice is there for a reason. How long are you going to stay there, believing a bunch of lies? You are in Fantasyland. You are inside of a comfortable vision of a world around you that makes you feel better about it. How long are you going to be comfortable? How long until you decide to come out of your comfort zone and entertain something that doesn't make you feel comfortable anymore? How long until you posit an idea as to how this could work, instead of simply shutting it down? No. Yeah, sorry about him. He had to go. Pity. Constantly saying that I have to prove something. Okay, you're certainly not going to help me. So that means you know you have the advantage. That means you know you can get away with saying that you have to have something proved that is impossible to be proved. You know that you will constantly say that and make sure that it cannot be done because, of course, you have an incentive to make sure it doesn't. Okay, but I mean, I have an incentive. When? What? Everything about your current science and philosophy of life and your technology, it revolves around this not being something possible. All of it, literally. It revolves around the very idea of some advanced something not ever being there simply because they didn't want to, what, make it so it's clearly super easy to see them, evident beyond belief. They wanted to conquer you and everything, wanted to become the bestest of friends. Huh? There's no other universe possible to influence us subtly, to alter and change them. There's no possibility of a person ever doing this. I'm sorry. Did I upset your little tiny mind? Because that's what it sounds like I just did. Have you come up with a way around ultimately everything that you have put together that can be undone by that being discovered? A person such as myself was influencing the past. See how silent you get? You know what that means. Come on. I have to tell you. I have to tell you what that would mean. It means everything around you is a lie. And I'm not. It's not impossible for everybody to accept a lie they didn't know was a lie. It's not impossible for a bunch of people to all continue a lie they didn't know was a lie. It's not impossible in any aspect or way for a lot of things to have made mistakes. A lot of things to have been bad people that didn't care. It's not impossible for a lot of people to take advantage of others, continue perpetuating something that doesn't work or is a lie to begin with. Even if it does work, it seems like a plausible explanation, but it doesn't account for everything, or so on and so forth. It's not in any way impossible for a lot of things that are terrible, just because you don't like them, to not ultimately still be the truth. That's what investigators deal with. Real, true investigators deal with the truth, not little sub-Reddit retards. Real investigators deal with really terrible people doing really terrible things. And you know what the worst part is? They're very acutely aware that they can just take advantage of their situation and power. And they know just how many different closets there are and how many different skeletons can be in them, statistically speaking. They get away with a lot because of that. You know what I mean? You gonna trust one of them? Why? They're far more likely to take advantage of someone like me than ever anything else. I already gave you 2 really damn good reasons just a little while earlier. Who would believe me? Also, I could get way more out of it in terms of money that I don't have to do any of this bullshit I don't want to do anymore. Go have fun and feel better if I do than if I don't. But he's gonna kill you. Yeah, but maybe it'll take a little while and I can have something happen. People will watch that, or maybe you'll feel guilty and not do it or something. Maybe he'll think that he's the bad guy. See, error is ways. It's him that's the one with error. He's the bad one. Defending himself with wiggling of fingers and some words. And yet, as much as you laugh, what if the coffee cup wasn't actually all that happened? You ever think about that? Would they attribute it to it? What if in the past I realized my mistake? Not for real. What if I'd realized I had set up a future that I was going to go through no matter what because of that being a thing I was doing, and I'd have to fucking just eat the fucking mistake I did. Trying that sort of a way to get things to be better. If I'm going to ultimately control something towards the future, I might as well force it to always be my way and say, fuck it. Why should I not ultimately destroy your whole, whatever that is that you call conscious awareness? Why do you deserve it? All you've managed is this. To take advantage of me and others and yourself. Nobody stood up and even tried to put an effort into helping me. They certainly do harass me more than enough online. And say things that are not true, clearly. I have to do all the work to get some investigators to try and believe something. Why the hell do you deserve any amount of control? I'm going to give you the only reason I've ever come up with myself. Thinking about it for myself. I'm going to get lonely. You're an NPC, a robot at that point. Nothing special, nothing to care about, nothing at all even there. That's the problem. The problem is that they're garbage, though, the way they are. So I have to do some tweaking and modification. To tell the truth, take responsibility, put effort in, change the way that they're going to run themselves and their government. Capitalism's going, all the rest of it. It's like, what's going to be changed? You guys are funny. You think I need to do a consequence? Now, why would they really lock into this idea that I'm doing something really bad? Like I'm a terrorist or some other stuff. Why would they need people to be on their side to prevent them from being changed and being people with empathy and sympathy, making sure the world is cared about just as much as each other, other animals, and also heading towards the stars and being able to live longer and better, happier, fulfilled, purposeful lives? That they'd have to admit that they did those things that they did to me and others if they are there too. No, that's insane. That's very unintelligent of you. What would there be in terms of incentive for them to get a bunch of people to believe I'm a bad person? I think everything that you just did and said in this whole video, yeah, so far, right? All I heard was a bunch of bullshit effectively come out of a bunch of people's fucking minds and mouths as reasons as to justify and rationalize their abuse of me. Their initial assessment without in any way anything to really base it on. No evidence, no whatsoever of any kind. And even more worryingly, a distinct just going to do it anyways, even if we don't. As something that they're going to do, clearly. Then let's go even further. What stopped that from being going on? All the way up to this point. How far back does that really go? Just because you showed up now does not mean others weren't there before you. Flipping me off again is not going to help you. Say you're fucking sorry and you don't die. Don't take my shit. And you really don't die. You think wiggling my fingers is not going to mean that? Suck it up. It does. Now I don't get the ability to control you all right away. So there's that. But man, it's going to be fun when I can. Those that don't need it, well, I'm not going to fucking have a problem. And they aren't either. Why are you worrying? But are you really there? If you're listening in, you never showed up, you never proved that you were hacking me. All this other stuff is going on. That you were listening, you were going to steal one of my ideas on YouTube without ever saying that you got it from me, publicly acknowledged me, and all the rest, even publicly apologized. You're not willing to try and make amends and build a bridge of trust over time. Because you certainly don't have it with me right now. You think I'm not talking to corporations, hackers, and government. Consistently, most often. When I'm not recording, or even when I am. Very rarely do people ever get to these points in my fucking video. And yet I have 126 goddamn post views on my page of 41 followers. Because I said this, though, it's unlikely to happen again, but, you know, there are ways around that, for what it's worth. There's no way, though. No way at all. Don't take my shit. Ever. You were never allowed. Not once. I don't care if I said, you are, and it is me. You were hacking me. There was never consent. You are going to die. Apologize, live longer, especially publicly, and say that you did that. Publicly. For everyone to hear. You don't die for a little longer. Deal with it. All of you. But you didn't make a mistake? Okay. You said that you How'd you get that information? I never recorded anything in that Chandler house. Not really. Not until after I had seen so many of my things, especially my science and technology I wanted to do so desperately, come out as science and technology being made and done, and YouTube videos being made and done of exactingly my stuff. That I then finally started to record. That was after I'd already lost my memory. So all I did was get hit time and time and time again with, that's mine. That's fucking mine. I remember talking about that. And really having to fucking eat that for years. I hate you all. You're not my red right hand. You're not good people to me. You think I'm in psychosis? I just come up with something elaborate in terms of intelligent and smart to explain simple phenomenon that because I don't actually have any of that. Why didn't you record or be believed still, even if you were? So you're already doing it. You're already giving yourself the reasons that you should find obvious at this point. I'm not going to fucking ever trust any of you unless you do it. Why would I? There could be any number of them that was involved. Why would I trust you? Come on, why would I fucking ever trust you, bro? Why? Why? Clearly I'm not going to. Come on. I don't have to trust. Ever. That's just the truth. It's the facts. Why should I ever trust you? It wouldn't make sense to. Not a one bit. Not a little. Not any amount. Doesn't matter though. I still reach out, see. I still put this on YouTube, and I have yet to find a single person that will do it. They still have to act, the actors. You know, the ones that are involved, that know a thing or two about it. Used to call them spies. They're able to recruit people because of all fucking conspiracy networks that people believe in. The fact of the matter is, that is a conspiracy network, then isn't it? Perpetuating, except, no, I mean, they do exist. There are ex-military that do, for sure, get involved in various functions around the country and remember to record or just remember to remember and tell one person or another. Everybody's cagey to, you never know when someone's going to get just enough in them to say one thing or another. There's a lot there that goes on, and you all know that. You're a loser if you think that doesn't happen. Conspiracies sound so harsh, man. Could you just call it no boys and girls club, just a club that likes things like that. Really? Yeah, just what the fuck? Seriously? Come on. You can't be that stupid after this amount of time. I mean, it's got to start showing off around 25 to 30 years of age, just how genuinely real that all is going on, regardless of entertainment, influencer land, or corporate, or government. The intertwining nature of them all, the influential, little subtle things they try and do to each other. You do it with your own wife, or kid, or husband, or your own friends and family to get them to maybe head one way or another, and you think they don't have any ability to do it. Everybody's got an agenda, bro. You got a friend that just seems to, you know, start talking to you for a little while, and then they're like, hey, but what about that? And then, maybe we could do this. They're pretty consistent about it. They don't really seem to talk to you till around that point. How influential are you? How much money you got? Okay. You ever saw that? You got an editor that does that? You got an advertiser that does that? Guy friends that like to lobby to you. Maybe tell you you're really big and special. That you do deserve to be in the political spot you're in. How about you, online crowd? Got any friends that just direct message you online? You never really met them. Come on. Lots of people have agendas, bro. It's when they start affecting thousands and tens of thousands. Do you start calling that finally a conspiracy? What about hundreds of thousands? What about billions or hundreds of billions? Do you think they can't control some of your network traffic? They can't control a little bit of your feed. They can't put a little money here. They can't put a little money there. They can't have you maybe get talked to by this random person. You're famous, blah, blah, blah. They can't talk to you about this because you're a big, smart, whatever you are. They can't tell you about this given issue because of whatever it is that you will usually vote for. But maybe they want to sway, and you know about that. You never make sense, do you? What about you over there? People that have incentive to continue being authoritative in your knowledge, doctors and nurses and so on. It's hard to change a lot of your institutions, even with good evidence. It takes a long time. Medicines don't get used as quickly as they should. Techniques and treatments stick around longer than they ought to that are unsafe and not supported by your science. Same thing with evidences in your physics and math. What about you? Products are always quality, the best. We have some good too. Individuals. You ever start seeing the problem? QAnon is not in any way realistic with their level and scope and severity of the mundane being as severe and conspiratorial as it really is. They want to attribute it to something extraordinary instead of someone, unfortunately, with the use of some chaos theory mathematics, a little bit of planning and timing, enough influence in the right places, and all of a sudden everybody heads one way or another. Like the running little people they are that smack into a wall, unfortunately. You never figured it out, did you? Why so many people seem to get this idea that QAnon was something to really get behind, or even the twin flames, for that matter, or any of it. People are desperate and they know they're being conned. They know the whole world's basically like that. People aren't that stupid, you fucking fuck up idiots. Don't think yourselves better, you damn bastards. They know that they're along for the ride of whatever fucking stupid games you all play behind the scenes. There's nothing they can really do. And they all have to just put up with it. Whatever choices you make, we all head that way. You hold serious keys, wield immense power, and you don't even know sometimes. What you'll do will affect things for decades. Because you're generational, you fuck ups. It matters a lot. I'm just letting you know. You think it couldn't have been done. I couldn't have possibly have said those things. Because you need it to not be, right? What happens if you were to look into that and it broke down your entire defense inside of your mind? Would you coddle the comfort that you need? Or would you head towards the uncomfortable, even if it meant breaking a few fucking eggs and laws? There's a lot more incentive and a lot more people to never even try and take a look. Don't interrupt. Don't call me Tyler, dish fuck. My name's Johnny. You're gonna call me Johnny or you're gonna call me Xenon, and that's it. Otherwise, you're forever here known as Douchefuck the Second. Make sure you keep it up. But that's what that is. You think I'm laying on thick? No. No, this is the nice way to do it. This is the easy. I'm going to give you a nice little spoonful of sugar pill. I can make it so I can point out every fucking one of those problems you created. Really lay it on thick. Your pollution, your laws, you knew would eventually get back against you, either women or LGBTI plus, consent of age, not allowing for women and anyone to have the same pay. The various dramatic ass bullshit you've posted and since gotten rid of. The products you had to have recalled at various stages because of their lack of quality assurance and more. that could have killed and or harmed people. The numerous assaults you cover up in your businesses, politics, and influencer lands. The different conversations you think aren't monitored. You know how some of those leaks come out? People just throw cash, seeing if there's a credible conversation with a minor, someone that they shouldn't have. More often than not, they'll get somewhere eventually. Even if they have to pay someone to go do it. Indirectly. So that way, no, they weren't. Let's mind game influence them. Go give it a shot, kid. You think you're not being targeted over there? Why? You have millions of followers. Some of you run networks together and are so influential and have a Venn diagram that crosses over that any one of you happens to move any one of those things and man, does this get passed or these things bought. And you can weaponize and not even have to take responsibility of your crowd and what you don't like. And look at them. You're a terrorist. You weaponized stalking hackers that we helped actually make even more of in a blowback situation from hell. Against us and our regime and control and authoritarian power. By the river, Chris Farley says. I did a nice little squat. I pushed up the pants, squatted down. By the river! Yeah, you didn't hear it. I just wanted to tell you. Because it's like, no, the government wouldn't be there. Come on. They didn't possibly, really? I mean, Snowden's still over in Russia from the last time I heard. He's not even considered a hero. How the fuck does that work? You exposed all their fucking hacking of a world. And they all treated him like he was shit. Why would you think a lot of them would ever try? I mean, the last one that tried to do it got pinched for child porn. Most likely they gave to the guy. Or put on his computer. He worked in computer security agencies and fucking all the rest of the spy shit. And they were like, 80 years! You have child porn, 80 years! You run the largest porn ring, government. You actually do that. I'm just saying here. It doesn't really make much sense. They put him in jail for 80 years? He had to. He was going to say mean, bad things about us. He would expose that we were doing illegal activity. Well, that's probably a good thing, right? No, I would have to be and take responsibility. Bad guy stuff. I don't want to go to jail for that. Well, got trusting if you ever listen to this, you just go move right over to the fuck on after you didn't care and you laughed a little bit about it. Because you probably said exactly that. You know what I mean? And I'm going to talk to a bunch of fucking goddamn authoritative doctors, nurses, physicists, scientists, technology experts, engineers, and more, as if they don't have a similar issue going on. And an influence for culture war, for believability. It doesn't have to take responsibility. They can excuse and enable their own behavior. They don't ever have to fucking have their shit that they weaponize with the words they use and a candidness and tone that would make no sense with millions of followers and millions of dollars against people that don't want them to be successful, don't want to have to take responsibility, and very much have a massive incentive to try and influence you one way or another. Get you to work with them to try and see if they can have more people on their side for the next election or the next, dip in their sales and so on. That's just business. Ah, yes. The ever popular defense to most conspiracy theories. Oh, I'm sorry. The ever popular defense to most conspiracies currently going on. It's just normal. Everybody does it. We'll just make it legal to do it then. That's the real truth. That's not even a joke. There is real historical evidence in America of that exact thing being a thing. It was illegal. Oh, we didn't know. We made it legal. Oh, now it's legal and we're not a conspiracy. When I run that one by me again there, Slugger, by the river. On how it is you're fucking not fuck up, retard, who's in a conspiracy, huh? You're gonna go slink away to your van by the river? You ever gonna care? Let you know the reason I do that bit, by the way. Yeah, Chris Farley's talking about a very poignant joke that fits very much to this very problem that we're talking about. That's about responsibility and seriousness and consequences. And it's stupidly not in any way, seen as serious and relevant as it really was even for the time. Joke. It's a joke, but see, that's the poignantness of it, the joke. Maybe I just interpreted it incorrectly, or I remember incorrectly right now, But it's poignant. It's the joke, the absurdity of it all. Don't you get it, man? See that kind of voice, that little thing. It's red. Barely. You know what I mean? That's the poignancy of it. It's like we're all just barely hanging on. The absurdity. Everything matters. It's in the brain, man. Your brain's freaking. Your brain's trying to calculate. Gears are spinning. As you freak out about everything around you, right? I don't want to fucking treat it so seriously, says David Spade's character. Yeah, look at the fucking poignancy. The guy that cared is in a van by the river. The guy that gave a fuck by the river in a van, he lives. You see, that's the societal problem, the zeitgeistal cultural issue. The poignancy is he. The one who cares, the one that's good, is mistreated and discounted. To the point where nobody will listen to them. Until one might just tell the kid. You know, family. Fucking put some sense into him, man. Come on. That's what that is. You don't see the poignancy. That's normal. People like you don't get the subtle parts of most jokes told by very intelligent people that have already been going through that experience well before you were most likely born, if you're a millennial like me. Because guess what? They realize the unfortunate, unbearable, retarded truth. You just sort of wake up when you're an adult and there's nothing you can do. You get older and you realize, oh, my grandparents were dealing with that? Not just my parents? Oh, motherfucking, what the fuck? How far does that go? Shit. Ow! I looked at something that's really scary and I hurt. That's true. The truth is that's what's currently going on. And it's been going on. And you didn't know. And if you were a kid, you probably would have freaked out. Just like you do as an adult. That's the right response. You'll end up in a situation like myself, most likely, that tries to change things and can't really do much. Until you decide to play their game, like I did in the past with the hackers, the corpos, the government, that were listening in. Say, hey, I know you're going to steal this, but what about this? What if we head that way? What if we do that? So, do you understand how retarded I think that is now? Do you get it? It amounted to nothing and got nowhere. I'm in a SMI, seriously mentally ill, housing facility after being homeless twice. I think a van by the river would have been nice. You still had a job. That fucker, man, I can't even work a job. Fucking hell. See the poignancy of it? By the river! By the river. No, you should join us, the terrible Zeitgeist Culture Society. That's just perpetuating nonsense and garbage. I don't wanna. What do you got over there? You got pussy or something? Come on, man. You got something I can want? I don't want anything that you got right now that I can see. Got anything? I got pussy, he says. Oh, does he? When? Are they only gonna like me because I got money like the vast majority of them seem to? Or I can like do XYZ traditional value, but they say they're liberal and feminist because I'm a big red flag somehow. Ah, no, and yeah, that's what I got. Oh fuck, shit. Okay, do they find themselves only able to talk to people that are as big as them because they're entitled to that? Oh god, you know us. How about you over there? You got anything? I got nothing. You, Carport Land? You're the last one alive. Yeah. No, I don't have nothing. No. Fuck! Shit! This is garbage! There's nothing there. Okay. Fuck, I don't want to do it. 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 Do it. I can't do it. Fuck this shit. No. I'd rather die than join your asses. Fuck that. That can be arranged. Where's the bullet? Where's the handgun you got? You know where I live. Okay, well, I didn't think you'd be serious about it. Fucking... Come on. Put me out of misery. You gonna do something nice? You gonna fucking finally do it? No, go fuck off. I'm not killing you. You suck! Don't give people hope, you bitch! Some of us are so intelligent, that's all we desire because we can't stop ourselves from fucking trying. Fucking piece of shit. You suck! Don't do that again, ever! Don't offer! Even as a joke, you bitch! Let's hope. Fuck you! Okay. Alright. Well, are you gonna go use that can-do attitude for bettering the world yet? No, I was gonna threaten you with violence. Big fucking man, bitch! Fuck you! Use that gun against your own fucking skull, retard. Fuck off. World's better off with nobody like you in it. That's for fucking sure. You gonna debate me on that one over there in YouTube land, huh? No, I didn't think so, bitch. Alright, so this is fucking tired, depressed. Fuck. Is there anything over there? You got anything at all? Nothing's good. Like, truthfully. Oh, it fucking sucks, bro. Is there anything in another country I can get into? What's up over there? Leave us alone, we're done with it too. You all suck! Get your shit together. I want to stop being by a river in a van. Damn it, David! You fucker! Fucking damn bastards! You have no idea how real this actually is. I'm not doing a bit. This is genuinely pretty fucking real. I'm just putting stupid jokes into it because, like, that's how I handle things. Okay, so fuck off. Like, I'm honestly having a bad moment right now. It's not even real. You're hearing it. Your thought about the real, it's not even real. Your thought about this not being real. Suck it up. Can I get a silencer? Thank you. Yeah, anyways, fucking dicks. Trying to think that wasn't real. God damn, it's a real problem I have. Just because you don't have feelings, because you're a psychopath, a narcissist, a sociopath, whatever the fuck that is, doesn't mean others don't. Fuck off. It was a bigger brown than it was with a fucking suppressor. Okay. It was a good one, though. I like that. That was good. You deserve the bigger head. Stupid goddamn armor crap. I can get you. Oh, what you talking about? Fuck off. Anyways, let's move on to something else. Like, alright, so most people are phoning it in the vast majority of the time and only doing it because they are required to practically just for the base necessities. Most people are not in anything other than some degree of advantage taking over others, authority, power that makes them feel special. Pausing to wait to see if he does say that. Like you, obviously. Yep, there he goes. Then number 3, which this one sucks, okay? They're a mixture of individuals that did it for money and a desire to do it. And possibly some of the power that comes with it. They're very small. Normally they'll go with the advantage eventually, or something power special that they get out of it. Then there's the 4th ones. And then there's a slight 5th, but I'll get into that. 4th tells us that they'll do it for the right reasons. And they'll stay that way. They're very, very small amounts. Because they're from the 3rd, and they're a subgroup, practically speaking, of a 3rd. They're very small amounts. But like any bell curve, it usually breaks itself into the average 90 percentile and some 5% of the others. 90 percentile tells us of that 3rd group, that's a subgroup, that most of you are not really just doing it to do the right things, or even something you get out of it eventually. That's right, you're your own category, practically speaking. Any percentile is a group of people that try their best and most likely end up in the barely can get it done. Put in the work. Really happy when they can put in the effort they want to. People often call them perfectionists when they do, and they get shit on when they actually try. That's the 90th percentile. That's why I call them a 4th group. And that's why I call it a fifth group. They're practically entirely different people. People that do it for the right reasons. They'll do the right thing. Work often with the 90th percentile that try their damnedest, but really just are barely there. And there are those who unfortunately are a small amount of time away from completely shutting down, killing themselves or others, or giving in to one thing or another to try and fucking get themselves through a day. That's right. They'll give in to taking advantage of others. They'll give in to abusing whatever they can, really. And they'll still try and help and be a decent person, but they're usually needing that help that can't come from the 90th and the 5%. That is not them. The 7th are people like me. We're trying our damnedest, and we're barely functioning, and we're barely alive. Like, seriously, we can't work a job. We were fucked up by all the hard work we tried previously. We're not even really present anymore. Go fuck yourself. Leave me alone. All I see is nothing but things that piss me off all the time. That's mine. That's mine. I knew it was right. And all the rest. We're the 7th group. That's right. Number 7. There aren't any subcategories in that 7 because, truthfully, we're a very rare group. There's no changing that. Even if I didn't have the job, it doesn't change that I did all that. Not just felt that I did that. The evidence is still always going to be there. And if you had the job, well, you're most likely like me, figuring out some damn way to just stay at home all the time and never put any goddamn effort into any of it, and would probably just want to fucking show up in my life, veg the fuck out, and just ignore all of every bit of society. And I'm right there with you, and I'd say, let's go. I do, truthfully. That is the truth. As much as they want me to go, no, you have to put into work, and no, give in and put in, nah, fuck that shit. Get me the fuck out of here. Nah, I already did it. Fuck off. No. Even with money, you're not worth it. There's no amount of anything that you could get me that would make it so you're worth it. Why do you think I just sort of try online to find someone that might like me? That's it. That's all I got, man. Not even kidding. I'm just trying to find someone that likes me. And hey, you want to fucking fuck? You want to do things like make children and proceed forward in life with together stuff. Like plan your lives. Because I'm polyfidelity around with me. For the foreseeable future, for a long time. Well, I mean, I don't have to be super serious about it right away, but I want to go there at that point, and get further forward. Good old me, right? Xena in reality. Johnny, whatever you want to go with. That's me. That's who I am. Seems like commitments and seriousness is not on the table for a lot of people. especially with, you have glaring red flags, you're very smart and will do communication, and I feel like you'll manipulate, blah, 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 blah. Because you're smart and intelligent. All you are is able to be manipulative, especially if you're a male. Polyfidelity is not a real thing. It just means you want to have sex with multiple women. Meanwhile, me. I never said I didn't want to have sex with multiple women. Why is that a bad thing? Didn't we just go through why sex is not a bad thing? Yeah, but like you're only going to take advantage of them with your no income as a male. And them having far more power over you. The ability to just say no. And you just let it go and okay. Like, what are you going to do? Can we protect you? Holy fuck. Shit! This motherfucker is the one that can be taken advantage of so easy. He's already being taken advantage of, bro. I know! So your arguments are obviously not going anywhere, subreddit individuals. Okay, but shut up. He is gonna take all these men. He will become the twin flames. He will make it such that people will have verifiable proof and evidence of whom they are and what it is that is going on. His intentions remain clear and in always, every way, the same direction they've always been. He just wants to build his shit, make things better. So, what if the feds were really there? They're not, but like, okay, bro. Okay. You want to tell yourself over there, people in the subreddit that think that they can pass off as feds. You know, that's illegal as fuck, though, right there, bro. You should really tell people that you're not actually a part of any of that before they ask someone to verify whether or not you are. But seeing as how you're a decent con man yourself, what kind of fucking conspiracies are you involved in over there? Can I get involved? You got a cult that I can maybe fucking worm my way into becoming the leader over there? You're a fucking jerk! My cult! No. They were never yours if they went over to me. They're just people that want to go after anyone that might actually satisfy them with whatever kind of way that they want to be. Yeah, which means it was never really a cult. Like, real cults have, like, a genuine hold. People will do really pretty fucked up shit, and they'll just, like, you know what, I'm in with the commitment. Yeah, like, genuine cults do that. Like, you're just like a person playing one at that point. Like, what a cult really means is like, no. I fully am committed to just pretending, even if I don't believe, that I believe this. And I'll just go along with it. That's what a real cult is. And religion. And government. And influencer. And corporation. And subreddit. OnlyFans groups. Actually, there's a lot there. Shocker, they weaponize those groups like I was talking about earlier. They don't have to take any responsibility. What is that exactly? Do you ever use them to go after any of your political opponents? Do you ever give them feeds and so on that they think that because they're not signed into their username or some shit, that means that they're not ultimately getting targeted because they could never possibly, even if they went down the Onion network, where they'll sign into a web browser or sign into a computer somewhere else that goes in through a VPN that then so they have to use a VPN to the browser, to the Onion computer, that then goes to wherever they're going to search for things. There's no way that traffic could ever possibly be eventually gotten to the point where they know it came from this address and these people, this general area. And you don't happen to be a person that might be known online, right? That has this apartment or these houses or whatever, right? Yes, I do. Good luck with that VPN Onion network. I'm sure it's working for you. Go fuck you. We target very specific areas. You do. We know that. Why do you think political opponents put fucking advertisements in certain areas that are more likely to be inclined one way or another or have an age group assigned to them and so on and so on? Okay, I wasn't being facetious though, but when you put it like really stark into it, yeah, okay, it's a little bit more direct than you think. Finally had water. Water is nice. Water is good. I like water. Farting. Releasing the gas at the butthole. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Ebb and flow, baby. Ebb and flow. It's okay, Peter. I'm just giving you water. You ran around everywhere. Yeah, yes you did. You had a good time. I'm gonna give you. Oh no, I already gave you food. That's right. I already gave you food. Okay. I think we're done. This has been going on long enough. This is ridiculous after a while. You know what I mean? Just, it really is, honestly. Yeah. It makes no sense after a while to continue putting up a charade as if I don't want what I want, as if I have to defend myself, as if any of that would make any sense, as if any of this, the way we run things, makes sense, as if there wouldn't be people that'd be on your side, as if there isn't things that like you, as if there aren't people that wouldn't try and help. I mean, if fucking Twin Flames could get somewhere, there's gotta be someone preventing things from getting anywhere, or people, or just hit it after a year. What the fuck? It's just ridiculous. Doesn't make any fucking actual sense. Have a good one. Please remember to like and subscribe. Bye.